Good morning, everyone present. Bon dia. We're going to start today with a few sessions. Today is going to be half a day instead of a full day event. My name is Nico, and we didn't start yet, but I just wanted to participate to you that currently Mr. Alvin Dahl is parking, and he's taking a bit longer than what we thought he would take. Morning traffic. So if anything, for 10 minutes, just get a tea or a coffee, and as he's settling in. If I'm not mistaken, he's walking in any time now. But take a tea or a juice or a water. I'm not a very good stand-up comedian, so I can't talk for very, very long and entertain all of you. But yeah, maybe I do have a joke. What do you call a Jewish person from Curaçao? A Judy Curacao. All right, so have a tea, have a coffee, have something else, and enjoy yourself. In 10 minutes, we'll start. Okay? Thanks. right, good morning. We are back. Mr. Alvin Dallas parked his car. He has walked many miles to be here today with you. So I want to invite the next speaker, which is going to kick off the whole event today, Mr. Alvin Dallas to the stage. Today we're going to have conversations about the green economy and the blue economy. These are new frontiers within discovering new ways of exporting capital. And Alvin Dallas is going to start talking about food security today. So with no further ado, Mr. Alvin Dallas.
Good morning. As he already told you, my name is Alvin Dal. I've been supporting the Ministry of Economic Affairs for a while on several subjects, one of which is the food security policy, the new food security policy, on which we are already in the phase of implementing the policy. So it's called Barika Yeng, filled belly, happy Curaçao, to translate it literally. And this presentation is about the export possibilities while augmenting the food security in Curaçao. So the aim of the policy is growth of the agricultural sector with, to 5% by 2028. So in 5 years, 1% a year. Currently, agriculture, mining, and fisheries is the smallest part of the local, of the Curaçao GDP. We are talking about less than 1% of the GDP is for that sector only. So it's a very small. We have currently about 200 people working in the agricultural industry. We are producing about only 5% of our own food in Curaçao. So we want to grow that sector with 1% per year, which is a lot to do, starting from when we are currently to 5% in the coming 5 years. By doing that, we want to be more resilient towards shocks in the economy. We already know what happened during the COVID pandemic. Food couldn't be shipped to Curaçao, so scarcity of food, whatever happened, can be a big problem, especially when you are on the island, or living on the island, depending on food import. And we want to make agriculture sustainable as to support elimination of poverty. I don't know what's happening, it's not me. Ending poverty and hunger, promote agriculture, productivity, diversification of the economy, and within agriculture, create jobs and support the tourism growth. As you know, the more tourists you get on the island, the more food you need to feed them. Okay, and there is a big potential. We can, with the resources we have, meaning land, water, and everything we need, we can produce plantains and on the island. Enough for the local community, but also process plantain and flour, snacks and things like that. Chips, you mentioned it. The same goes for sweet potatoes. We are producing locally enough sweet potatoes for the local community, but we can produce far more than is needed for export purposes. The same goes for cassava, for West Indian gherkin. It's called Concombre chiquito, those one, the smaller ones in Curaçao. Okra, pumpkin, cocoa, and papaya. Those are things that can easily be cultivated in Curaçao in amounts that are required for export, for instance, to the Netherlands. I'm showing here a few ways fresh produce can be processed into other kind of food that we are currently importing. And when you talk about cassava flour and things like that, we're talking about products that are a niche. People nowadays are looking for alternatives to the usual flour they use to make bread and things like that. And let's say, therefore, it is an opportunity. When we talk about something like okra, yambo, we can go now to a supermarket and find frozen okra, cut or whole okra, imported from I don't know where, and sold in Curaçao, while that's one of the easiest things to produce in Curaçao. I mean, you can have 10 hectares of land producing okra, processing it, cutting it, freeze it, and send it to all parts of the world. But we are not aware, we are not doing those things. Instead, we are importing frozen okra, we are importing sweet potato fries, and all those things, and we don't know probably the potential for export of those products from Curaçao. And the market for those kind of food, looking only to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, is around 20 million, population of 20 million. So if you get 5% or 1% of 20 million people using those products, which the Netherlands is currently importing, because you have around, let's say, 200,000, 300,000 Antillians living in the Netherlands. So you're talking about large communities that are looking to for products that we can produce for them. We have on, I don't know the name of the site, but there's a group in Curaçao that is promoting the local products. You can see an article where Curaçao West Indian gherkin, komkommertje, is already being export to, I don't remember which country, in Europe. Sorry? Yeah, the green movement, yes, you can see it there. So there are people that are doing something, but we can do a lot more with local produce. How can Mayor, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, assist you? Okay, we have, for the purpose of promoting local production for export, we have already an agreement with Corinde. That's very convenient, especially for starters. As you know, within the economic zone, you don't have to pay any import duties for buildings and anything you need for production. And you can get special other tax incentives working from the economic zone. So we have a very convenient agreement, an agreement with Corinde for a very convenient support of those that want to start in agriculture export. So that's one thing already in place. We have since short an MOU with La Guajira in Colombia. That's kind of making the production land capacity for local agriculture very interesting, because what we are able to do is when we have the input problems, issues we have in Curaçao in certain periods of the year. For instance, if you want to produce tomato, you cannot do it the whole year. But in that part of Colombia, you can do it. We are thinking about an arrangement where local producers can have some of their products cultivated in La Guajira and make it seamless with their local products for the local market and for export. So they can import it as if it was cultivated in Curaçao and have that ready for export to the Netherlands and other parts of Europe. I think the Minister of Economic Affairs also signed an MOU with the cooperatives on the same field, working together to support them, especially for the import and export and processing of food. So that one is already in place also. We have at least one financial institution, credits, which together with Mayo is building a fund for loans for agriculture with a very attractive, I think 2% interest rate, and that's coming in the, I think in 2 or 3 months, they will start doing that. Yes, we are definitely trying to get people to start small or big processing using local produce. That will make it for the local producers, agricultural producers, possible to deliver their products consistently. They don't need to drive around and look for supermarkets to sell their products. If they have an agreement with the local producers or processing company, that company will, for instance, cut, freeze, whatever product for export, you can be sure that the delivery is done locally, done in time, and done fresh. So it has a lot of, voordelen, benefits to have, let's say, local production involved or used for export. Okay? I don't know what's happening. There are also tax incentives in place. Currently, you can get a tax incentive for profit tax. But the investment needed, according to the law, is 1 million guilders. We are trying to lower it to around 250,000, because with that amount, 250,000 guilders, you are able to either start a good, working, profitable production, food production, agriculture, or processing company in Curaçao. Okay? Within the MOU agreement with Colombia, it is, we will start very soon having people from Colombia, from the Universidad de La Guajira, coming here and train people how to process fresh produce. So make fresh produce, convert fresh produce in pickles, for instance, and flour, and dried fruit that can be used for all kinds of things. So they will be here. They have already a very elaborate system over there. So we can even get the possibility to buy the equipment necessary to do that from Colombia at very good prices. And when you, doesn't matter then, because there is already an exoneration for agriculture and agricultural equipment, a tax exoneration. So if you import equipment and things like that, packaging, everything, for agricultural, commercial purposes, you don't pay, you can get exoneration. You don't need to pay import duties on those equipment. Everything.
Sorry, let's try to keep the questions in the mic for the people at home.
So this would include all the bags, packaging, glues,
everything,
plastics.
as long as it's for commercial purposes, you can get exoneration. It's already in the law. We had a meeting with the customs last week to make the process easier, because what's happening right now, people that use the system, they ask them to pay some kind of security payment, borgstelling, and sometimes it's very high. So we told them you don't need that. If you give someone the exoneration, you can ask them to pay instead of 20,000, 2,000, and when they do what they are supposed to do with the equipment and materials they import, they can get their 2,000 back. You don't need to put it that high. And they agree with us. They are going to work on that too at the customs. Okay? And before the corona crisis already, we trained like 300, 200, more than 200 people, local youngsters especially, in things like syntropic farming, organic farming, hydroponics. We did that together with the University of West Indies from Trinidad. People got a very high-level training on hydroponics, and there are people that went to that training that used to work in the refinery that started their business, especially producing leaf vegetables and things like that, all kinds of herbs and salads and things like that. So and they are profitable in their business. As a matter of fact, after this, I have a meeting with one of them to show me its production facility in Buena Vista. So it's really working. So we have those people. We don't know if they are still available to work, but they are educated, they are trained, they know what to do.
Hi, good morning. So I had a question in order to understand a little bit better. Is it the idea that there is going to be like a big facility where all these farmers are going to produce the
Processing of food?
Yeah. Or is it is there also like a plan to promote farming among the communities? So maybe
Yes.
if you have a big land and you can start farming and then bring the produce to you.
Okay. Let me tell you what I have in mind for the processing of local produce. Because we have that arrangement with Corinde, I'm planning to start the program. First, have a few sessions on making people aware about the possibilities of processing food for export purposes. And then see if we can get a pool of people that want to do it together. Because that will make it possible to hire, to create a facility one facility for more producers, for instance, 5, 6, 10, I don't know, using the same equipment, for instance, for packaging, and doing some things together using the same kind of equipment. And by doing that, help those people start small and grow from there to bigger export companies. That's what I intend to do. Because now people know, I'm telling people, that's one of the things we want to promote in Curaçao, but they are kind of hesitating, okay, how am I going to do that, where, and things like that. So that's what I have in mind to start within the coming 2 months. I'm working together. I'm not working at Mayo. I'm supporting Mayo. So I will need more people there to help with this one. But I'm sure I will get those people from the minister and can start a program like that here in Curaçao. Okay? Okay, that's, those are the support means on the production side. And of course, okay, on the export side, window is already, has already one window for everyone that want to export. They have the, I don't know, the EU desk and know all the requirements necessary for export to the Netherlands. So Vanessa Torre and Gersley and those people are there to assist when you need more information. We have already an arrangement with the Netherlands. It's easy to export from Curaçao to the Netherlands, especially if the origin of whatever is going to be exported is from Curaçao. The Curaçao House is there also to assist with marketing in the Netherlands. And as I already told you, we have tax incentives for export. There is a lot of incentives, tax incentives, very low profit tax, especially for people that get involved in export. So what are you waiting for?
Yeah. Just one point of clarity for my person.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is, for example, if there's a tax levy on sugar in Netherlands, and I package in Curaçao, and I buy it from Colombia, then automatically I would have a benefit of saying, well, this is done in Curaçao because it's linked with Colombia. Is that what you're saying?
No,
or?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is, for instance, if you produce okra, you have okra production in Curaçao.
Okay.
And you want to extend your production capacity,
Okay.
you can have some part of the production taking place in La Guajira, not everywhere in Colombia.
Understood.
And import that, and together with what you are producing here, have that packaged and exported to Colombia. So it isn't about the sugar thing we had in the past.
Manuelita, yeah, like Manuelita and...
the sugar thing. It's something else. It's something we are creating currently, and we can, because we have that MOU signed a few weeks ago with the Department of La Guajira in Colombia.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to wait till you're done with your presentation, or can we just ask questions now?
You can ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have two questions. One, since we're talking about packaging, are we immediately also talking about sustainable packaging, and that we're not going to import foam to export that again? That's my first question.
What's the question?
That's my first question. So if you're talking about packaging right now, are we also talking about immediately doing sustainable packaging, that we're not importing foam packaging?
No, yes, of course. Everything I'm doing, especially when we talk about agriculture, is about sustainable agriculture. So if we are going to process and use package, it'd rather be sustainable packaging too. We are not going to import plastic because that's not convenient. That will not help our economy in any way. So that's something we include in every part of the support we are giving from Mayo. Is okay, let's do it sustainable. Also with regard to packaging and things like that.
Thank you. It's very comforting to hear that. My second question is...
Yes, before you go to your second question, there is even a big possibility to use local plants that we have here to produce fiber and material that can use to manufacture packaging. I mean boxes and bags and things like that. A lot of possibilities, but people need to think about those things and start doing that. So I think it's a very good question.
I think that's related to my second question. We're talking a lot about export, but we're importing a lot of things.
Yes.
And the import sometimes is cheaper than creating things here on the island.
I agree with you.
Are there any incentives? I mean, your okra example is a very good example. We have a farm in Fuik, and we had okra there, but to sell the okra to the supermarkets was impossible because they get it cheaper outside of Curaçao.
Yeah.
So what is being done about that? How is that?
There are about 23 products that are protected. One of them is okra. So you get that discussion because there isn't enough okra being produced in Curaçao. And for that reason, the supermarket get a permit to import. Otherwise, if there are sufficient production, consistent, sufficient production in Curaçao, there is a prohibition to import okra. They cannot import okra. And we want to make the list bigger. We want to add, for instance, tomato to the list. We are going to add Boston salad, all those things that are already being produced. We are going to protect those things on short term. And it's very simply done with a ministeriële regeling, a ministerial decree to protect them. It's just adding those things to the already existing list. To keep them there, to avoid supermarkets getting an import permit for those things, we need to produce enough for the local market. And that's not happening. It's not even happening always with sweet potatoes, with pumpkin. That's a protection product. But what is the case in Curaçao? People produce during the rainy season, till from August till September till February, March. They get their money, their income, their profit, then they lie down and wait for the next season to do the thing. But in between, there is scarcity of pumpkin, of sweet potato, of sorghum, meisje, and all those things, because they are not being produced outside the rainy season. And for that reason, the government must allow in those periods the supermarkets to import things. So the very important thing we want to accomplish with this policy is consistent quality production through the whole year.
All right. So we have a few questions from the YouTube channel. One of them being, did you have any market research about the markets in the Netherlands for processed fruits and vegetables?
No,
No
as
market.
mayor, we are observing that there is a demand for okra, for West Indian gherkin and things like that are produced in Suriname. So there is a demand, and they are buying from Suriname, and some people send from Curaçao. So we know that there is a demand, but we don't know how big the market is.
There's no market research or benchmark of what has been happening around us, basically.
Sorry?
So there's no research done from Curaçao, but
No.
we are basing it on other
What we are
countries' export.
seeing happening, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right. I think this might be the last question before we move over to the next part.
Okay.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding, you've not completely started the project yet, right?
Sorry?
The project has not been started yet completely, right? So you're in the beginning
Processing
process.
part? No, the processing, we need to start it. It's not already started.
So is there something that you think you still need before you're able to start the process?
Still need, in which sense?
Just generally speaking, so is there something missing for you to be able to begin the whole project?
Yes, making people conscious about the possibilities, because often people don't see the opportunities in food processing, because that's not something we have done a lot in Curaçao. So we need to make people conscious, and this forum, for instance, is one example of trying to make people conscious. Hey, there is an opportunity. We need to take it and start working with it.
Awesome. All right. Please, a round of applause. Mr. Alvin Dow. Thank you so much. All right. So that was our first session about the green economy, or at least food security. And the remaining sessions are going to be about, welcome. The remaining sessions are going to be about the blue economy. Now, before we dive into the technicals of the blue economy, we have Luc Weber, which is going to start by defining the frameworks of blue economy. So who here has heard of the blue economy, first of all? Let's start with that. That maybe is a good way to feel the room. All right. That's good. All right. So what we're going to start is, we're going to start with Luc, which is going to be defining what a blue economy is. And then from there, we're going to talk to people that are working in the blue economy, so we can see practical examples of a blue economy business model. All right? Luc, please take the stage.
Are they going to get mad if I walk around, Nico? Oh, sorry. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Kolab. My name is Luc. I'm here to explore with you the blue economy. I think it's okay to not feel like an expert yet. I have to be honest, it's a newer topic in general. Caring about nature, caring about the ocean is of course not new, but calling terms like the blue economy is definitely something that we all need to get used to. So if you don't know about blue economy, what made you come here? I'm very curious. What made you say, hey, blue economy, I want to learn more about it? Nobody? Real scared? Yeah, what made you come here? What made you decide to, hey, I'm going to come over this morning and
Curiosity. That's one.
Curiosity. I'm going to walk around. The camera guys are going to give
I
me
like blue. I like the color blue.
I like the color blue. Anything else? Curiosity. Is everybody just curious?
Well, there's the green movement, but there's blue zones. These are the things that I do know about, but what does that have to do with economy? So the word blue and economy, it really piqued my interest, and I wanted to know more about it.
Awesome, yeah, thank you. So I liked a lot of things that Alvin was talking about. I think this cautiousness, this understanding, I think that's part what we hope to realize today is just having us all think about the potential of blue economy, what it is, what we can do with it. I see a lot of young people. This is especially something relevant for our generation because it's something that isn't that developed yet. So our ideas are still very meaningful. and we have an important role in building it out. But also relating it back to food security, right? The oceans aren't just for tourism and for shipping. It's much more than that, because they play a critical role in our lives, right? Without water, there's no life. Over 70% of the Earth's surface is already covered by oceans. 97% of Earth's waters are located in oceans. 97%. If there's one resource, especially related to food security, if you ask them, what do you need more of? It's water. We never have enough water. That's also why people can purchase vegetables from another country that fly in or come with a ship to Curaçao, but they're still cheaper. It's because our water is so scarce. We don't have enough of that clean water. But also oxygen. Who can live without oxygen? No one, right? 70% of our oxygen comes from the oceans. Not from trees alone, but from microgens and from species in the ocean. But there's more than that. There's climate change. Who here cares about climate change? Look, we all know climate change. If you know climate change, you know blue economy. It's about caring about nature, realizing that it's something that we need to nurture. Water management, like I said, if we don't have enough water, we can't produce food. If we don't have enough water, we can't drink, we can't survive. It's critical that we see water as a very valuable resource. And that's all about an economy, right? It's valuing things. Do we value water enough on Curaçao? Do we value clean water? It's the ocean preservation. In a bit, I'm going to show you the impact that, for example, coral reefs have on our financial economy on Curaçao. It's tremendous. So many people come to Curaçao. Later today, Trip is going to speak about reefs and their importance, but you're going to see that it's something that we locals sometimes don't properly value, but people from all over the world are amazed by it and want to pay expensive flights and hotels and everything just to come here to see them, and they're right in front of us. So we need to protect them and make sure that they can continue to exist and grow. So what is blue economy? Again, it's okay to not know it. We're all still learning. So I took a very simple explanation from the Center of Blue Economy. They're the experts, so let them tell us. First and foremost, it's the overall contribution of our oceans to the economies. Again, our financial systems, our money. What does the ocean mean to Curaçao? It's also the need to address these opportunities in an environmental and ecological sustainable way. What does sustainability mean? Sustainability means protecting and nurturing what we have. And we can even think beyond that, growing back what we once had or what we would like to have. And then finally, as a growth opportunity, which is why I'm so excited to see a lot of young people, because the oceans haven't been leveraged properly by us. There's so much opportunity still left, things that we haven't realized. That is a critical part of the blue economy. In business, there's this term, a blue ocean strategy. A blue ocean strategy essentially means going into a new direction that there isn't much competition yet, and going into a new business or a new value model that you alone have realized you're creating something new. And I think that's also very central to the concept of a blue economy. It's this newness, this looking for new opportunities and new ways. So look at an image. At the top, you see the traditional things that come to mind when we say, oh, make money with the ocean, right? It's transport, cargo, shipbuilding. We're really good at that here in Curaçao. Fisheries, offshore and oil, our old friends. We have all of it in Curaçao. But what we need to be aware of with economies is that there's always frictions, right? Every time a big cruise ship passes through the marina over here, it might destroy some coral, which may have a negative effect on all of these other growing sectors. Same for oil. Imagine an oil leak. What would that mean for, let's say, Caracas Bay? If the oil starts leaking over there, it would have a big impact on all these other sectors. And there are 5 specific ones that are being highlighted a lot as growing blue economy sectors. One we're super well aware with on our island. It's coastal and maritime tourism. People that come over here for diving, for ecotourism, but maybe in some extent even vuikdag. It's a beautiful area. They see the ocean, they have clean water, they're partying. But as a result, they're also having a negative influence on the ecosystem. It's these tensions that we need to think about. Also when we think about agriculture. Farming fish, marine plants. Traditionally, when you think about food or meat, you think about, oh, we have cows that are grazing the land. But more and more are we seeing people also do hydroponics, which is also a combination of water and planting. Or fish farms, where we have these big areas where we're farming fish for our food security. Another one that I'll dive into later is the mineral resources. Sorry about that. Resources that are underwater that we haven't harvested yet. If you ever look at the Tafelberg over here, you can see there's a big chop away from it. We're very good at taking resources from land and seeing their value to build houses. But there's so much still undiscovered in the ocean that we haven't realized. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry that takes a lot of experimentation and research that we're finally dipping our toes into in Curaçao. Let's go from this image and think about this as word sustainable. I mentioned it before. Who knows what the United Nations is? Some people? So the United Nations are an organization of over 190 countries that are together setting the stage for sustainable and healthy development of Earth. They make sure that we limit the amount of wars, but that we also think about ways to, for example, limit climate change. The United Nations essentially set the stage for what the whole world is going to care about. If they say the blue economy is important, trust me, it's going to be important. This is America, China, all the big countries together working as a global collaboration. And that's unique because for the first time ever, we have these large organizations that are dictating not just the policies in a single region or country, but are together shaping what the whole world will care about. And it's good to look at that because it gives us pointers at what is going to be important and what's going to be valuable. So one of their most famous frameworks are the Sustainable Development Goals. It's 17 objectives that they've set out that aim to measure and guide what people should care about and help develop. And there's one specific area of this which was started recently. It started in 2020 and finally came to an agreement in 2022. That was the Kunming and Montreal Framework for Biodiversity Protection. It's essentially the United Nations set out these goals, and then over the past years they have identified that biodiversity protection, especially on land and ocean, is one of their key priorities. What does key priority mean? What do you do if you find something important? You make money available for it. You make resources available for it. There's essentially a sign that, hey, there is a lot of demand for maintaining this biodiversity and the health of nature. The objective is to protect 30% of our oceans and land by 2030. Right now, we're between 7 to 3% protected, based on estimations. So it really shows that there's so much room for growth still, and that we can also benefit from as an island by taking good care of our oceans. So looking at business side, money, what we traditionally know from the, especially the past decade, is making money off coastal and maritime tourism. I have two examples over here. One is the substation in Mambo. Who knows what a substation is? That's a good amount of people. It's a private submarine that allows you to go, I think, all the way down to 200 meters under the ocean. It's a great experience, and it's something that people come to Curaçao from abroad just for this specific experience. On the other side, there's the more mass-adopted enjoyment of our maritime ecosystems. Mambo Beach, go there, drink, party, cocktails, still generates a lot of revenue for our island. But if we start thinking beyond that, and especially in the context of the Export Week, quick question, who has seen this before? This visual. Look, we need to work on that. This is the visual from the National Export Strategy, which is related to the Curaçao Export Week. These are essentially 6 industries that we as an island, Curaçao, have said we want to help them grow. They are critical to our export potential. If you want to learn more about the export strategy, you can just Google National Export Strategy Curaçao. You'll find the document. You're able to go deeper into it and understand also where the government, where the private sector is moving towards. So from these 6 growth industries, you can see that 2 are very specific to this image I showed you earlier, the port and maritime services and the blue bioeconomy. So we're going to zoom into those a little bit more. So the port and maritime industry is quite straightforward. It's like I said, it's the shipments, it's the bunkering, it's the yacht facilities that we're having on the island. Just this week, there was a new facility that got its permit for the Zaquito area, which is for private yachts. And this is an industry that also benefits from our existing industry as a trade country, but also our tourism industry. So for example, if you're coming to a Caribbean island with your yacht, you're going to have a really good time in Curaçao, and it's a benefit that we have. But like I said before in the image, there's the tensions between these new maritime industries, and on the other side, the blue economy potential that we have on the island. So going into the blue bioeconomy, this is much more towards the sustainable mindset of using the intelligence and resources of nature to create value for the island. And for this specifically, there's an awesome document called the Blue Bioeconomy Sector. Same thing as before. If you're very interested, look it up. You'll find all the details. But some of the highlights are, like I mentioned, the food production, the ecotourism, the new ways of looking for minerals. It's essentially what this image is all about. So if you're interested in that, especially if you're at a point in your career where you're looking for, oh, I'm going to work for a corporate, or I'm going to work in tourism, or am I interested in the blue economy? So today we're going to explore more of it. We're going to have two people that work full-time in the space that can give you some insights on what it means to work in the blue economy and what the potential is. And then after that, we'll have an open session with them where you can ask them your questions, and I'll also be interviewing them about some aspects of working and making a life in the blue economy. I think that's it for now. Happy to take some questions. Nothing? Who feels that, if I ask now, who knows something about blue economy? A bit more? Awesome. Then that's a good start. You're going to learn way more today still. Thank you. Wonderful. So up next is Christy. Christy came over from Aruba. She is a, oh, nice shirt. Christy is here to speak about the potential of something that is extremely forward thinking. It's called carbon credits. Who has ever heard of carbon credits? You do? You're here excited? Wonderful. I'll hand it to Christy. Christy, good luck.
Okay. Hi. Buen dia. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I am not an expert on the subject, so, but I am looking into it for Aruba. And I think a lot of the things that we're seeing as opportunities in Aruba could also be viable for Curaçao. So I think last week we met at a climate conference. I met Luc in Aruba. And we got to talking, and he was like, okay, it might be interesting to also share some of the research we're doing right now in Aruba with you guys here in Curaçao. So I'll introduce you guys a little bit, because I don't think I know anyone, right? Anybody know me? No? Okay. So I have an NGO in Aruba called Metabolic Foundation. We have 4 projects. One is Plastic Beach Party, which is kind of like Limpi here in Curaçao. We recycle plastic. We've collected and processed a little bit like Phoenix and Limpi combined, I guess. We've done about 20 tons of plastic so far. The other one is Mobilab. We have like a bus that goes to schools. We teach kids how to code, digital fabrication, 3D printing, that kind of stuff. Surfside Science, which is how I got into the carbon credits subject. So you guys have a huge, like you're way ahead of us in the marine science field, right? Because you have Kamabi, so you have a lot of research potential. In Aruba, we don't have that much research potential on the environmental science side. So we don't monitor a lot of our coastal ecosystem at all. So we were looking at, okay, what are some methods we can develop to monitor our coast that are low cost, that are replicable, that are open source. And then we were looking at, okay, how do we convince people that this is important? That we should know, the pH level of our water, that we should know how the sea level is changing. And one of the things we came across is carbon credits. So what if protecting their environment is not just good for the environment, but can also make you money? And of course, this was one of the things that immediately got more people interested. And then the next project is Brinches Lab, which is our makerspace. So all of these other projects actually came out of Brinches Lab, which is our first program. So today, Now you know a little bit about what I do, so maybe if you're interested in some of the other things, reach out to me later. So I'm going to talk a little bit of carbon trading as a concept, blue carbon, mechanisms, and opportunities to get started. So this is kind of very technical a little bit. I don't know. So carbon trading is the first thing. So the carbon trading market emerged out of the Kyoto Climate Agreements of 1997. There's part of the UNFCCC climate agreements. It allows emission units that, let me go back, that have been certified by an internationally recognized agency to be sold to offset the emissions emitted by companies, individuals, or countries. What does that mean? Basically, if you have an industry that's emitting a lot of carbon, contributing a lot to climate change, in the European Union primarily, but also to some extent in the United States and in more and more countries, you have a limit of how much you can emit, and if you emit more than that and you don't know how to reduce it, an alternative is that you buy the potential that carbon is being absorbed or sequestered by another system. At the moment, that means primarily environmental systems, because so far, a lot of the mechanical systems for carbon absorption are not very efficient. Most of them are actually still carbon positive, right? It takes more energy to run them than they can absorb at the moment. But as we all know, we probably learned since elementary school, trees breathe in carbon dioxide. So what this often means is that you can pay for protecting an area of land that is carbon negative. On the other hand, you can also buy credits from a company that's doing really good. So if a company that has a amount of emissions that they can emit and they're emitting less, the amount between the cap and the amount they're emitting, they can sell that to a company that's emitting more. So that collectively, a certain standard of emissions is being met. So it's a little bit of carbon accounting, really. And this is all based on having these hard limits. Again, these limits are not implemented everywhere. In particular, they're not implemented here, right? They're not implemented in Aruba. Even though they are part of the EU and they are part in the Netherlands, they are not valid here. Nonetheless, we can still participate because we are not party to the UNFCCC agreements, and I'll talk a little bit about that political element in a minute. We cannot participate in the larger EU trading framework, but we can participate in the voluntary market. Now, what is the voluntary market? So I was on a plane half an hour ago, but you guys travel recently? Yeah? All right. You ever buy a ticket and then a pop-up comes out at the end? And it's not for an upgrade for more leg space or something, but it's would you like to offset your flight? Yeah? Okay. You are not forced to offset that, right? You don't have a carbon limit imposed by the government, but you maybe care about the impact of your flight. And you're I would like to feel a little bit better about emitting so much carbon dioxide flying to the Netherlands or to New York. So, you know what? I'm going to pay a little bit extra to plant a tree in the Amazon. And I'm going to hope that makes up for it somehow. So that is a voluntary carbon trading activity that you might have participated in or been requested to participate in. What this says is that actually the tourism industry, which in Aruba is our major industry, falls under the voluntary carbon trading market, right? So they are generally not forced. So there are a lot of industries that are regulated. For example, airlines are. So they need to trade within the larger UNFCCC framework, but hotels, for example, aren't. And individual tourists aren't. And they actually do buy a lot of carbon credits. And for a lot of tourists, they would rather those credits be visible, right? Because, who knows if you planted a tree in the Amazon or not? I don't know, right? So they would like to see the impact of their project, especially as there's more and more cases of, for example, forest fires, leading to a lot of that carbon that has been sequestered coming back into the atmosphere. Carbon trading basically creates a financial incentive to preserve and protect carbon-absorbing ecosystems. For our case, Curaçao is a lot greener than Aruba, but overall still not, the Amazon. So the total absorption capacity of the forest is very low. On the other hand, our blue carbon capacity, so if we're talking mangroves, seagrasses, wetlands, salinas, these are very high. Okay, so we're going to look a little bit at money because that's what it's all about. So prices per carbon tonnage, we see there's different markets, and these are the markets that actually fall under the climate agreements. We see overall the prices are going up all the time. And that's like, the size of the voluntary market is also going up. So in 2021, this was worth $1 billion, and it is expected to increase by a factor of 15 by 2030, and by a factor of 100 by 2050. And this is according to McKinsey. So there are different things that you can offset. So I'll just shortly mention some of them, because we're going to focus on nature, because I really think that has a lot of extra benefits for us as islands. But you can also look at reductions, right? And so for us in Aruba, our waste management is horrible. So we have a lot of methane emissions. If those methane emissions can be reduced by a better waste management system, we can get the value of that reduction, if we do it in the right way, with all of the appropriate methodologies, sold 10 years in advance, right? And remember, 1 ton of methane is equal to 100 tons of carbon, right? So that's the value of methane is also very high. We have industry, which is not very relevant. We're not a very industrial island in Aruba. So for us, energy. So again, and this Aruba has already participated in. So I saw when I was flying in, you guys have a lot of windmills. Well, a few. We also have some windmills in Aruba. So when you're transitioning from carbon-based energy, fossil fuel-based energy, into renewable energy, that reduction can also be quantified and sold. So Web in Aruba has done this. So that's also an interesting opportunity to add some additional financial support for transition. And then removal, again, this is not yet very efficient, but there is a lot of research into it. So we're going to focus on nature. I just didn't want to, not tell you about the other opportunities. Blue carbon. Okay, so what we see, so the current price right now per ton in the EU market, if we were allowed to participate, is almost $90 per ton of carbon, right? When we see the boreal forest in Canada or the tropical rainforest, this is how much carbon storage it provides. These are our ecosystems, right? Yes, so we have a lot of potential, right? In Aruba, one of our largest mangrove areas, the 32-hectare mangrove, based on a rule of thumb, like the average absorption capacity of that type of mangrove in that area could be valued at 3.6 million euros. Now, we value it in 2 different ways. One way in which you can value it is the historical stock, so the amount of carbon that has already been absorbed and is in the soil. Basically, you're paying to keep it there, right? Because if you cut down those mangroves and build a shrimp farm, a hotel, whatever, a harbor, then that's going to get back into the atmosphere, right? That is a higher amount. However, that's a higher amount because it's historically been accumulated. You can also get paid year on year. So if we think about farming, right? You think you have some plants, they produce some fruit. Depending on how many kilos of fruit you produce, that's how much you can sell, right? Basically, this is the same concept. You have the plant, it is absorbing the carbon, it is putting it into its trunk, into the soil. So we see the biomass is mostly the trunk, and the soils into the ground. You can literally measure that. And so you measure how much bigger the tree has gotten, and you measure how much thicker the soil has gotten. You quantify that, you get it certified, and you can sell it. So every year, as your ecosystem is alive, productive, it is producing this other type of fruit. And you can sell it. coral reefs are climate neutral. So so they have a lot of values, and one of the good things is that if you have healthy seagrass fields and you have healthy mangroves, these are supportive of your coral reef as well. So they have like a symbiotic relationship. So that is good. Then we have the seagrass meadows, right? So Surfside is where we're doing our pilot research right now, Surfside Science. So just for this area of like pretty like urban, industrial, not very clean water, not our best water in Aruba, we can estimate 19 tons of carbon valued at 1.4 million euros, right?
Hi, I was wondering like where were our fish on this picture, because they also capture a lot of carbon, like fish and marine animals, and like when they eat and when they poo out carbon, and then that gets into the soil.
It depends on the system really, right? So if you don't have seagrass, then it can actually come back out. So this is kind of like an ecosystem approach. So rather than looking at each species, you're looking at the ecosystem. I will touch base in a minute on biodiversity credits, which is different. But as far as I know, like live biomass is not being quantified for carbon credits.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Another question here?
Yeah. So you were mentioning that the water at Surfside is pretty dirty, filthy, right? Yeah.
It's near an outflow point, and it's right where the cruise ships pass. So, and it's urban. So.
And on this sheet, on the slide, it says that the seagrass there is estimated to hold 19,000 tons of carbon, right? So is there a way to increase that amount of seagrass that's there to be able to capture more of that carbon, or is that not a possibility?
Yes, and it's also a little bit complicated because, in the case of Surfside, because there is an outflow point of the lagoon, so there's like urban water flows that come in that area, so it's high nutrient load, and so as long as the water is still transparent, the high nutrients can actually increase the growth of the seagrass. So in this area, one of the bigger opportunities for reforestation is on the mangroves, and indeed the corals, which are like neutral, but they do have a supportive capacity, are the ones that are kind of dying at a faster rate. The mangroves in particular, the reef islands in that area, are likely to disappear within the next 10 years. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not very knowledgeable about any of this, so that's why I'm asking. So let's say if you have a big industry that emits a lot of carbon, would it be an idea then to promote planting or a way of growing these types of like plants, like the seagrass and mangroves and stuff around that area in order to kind of soak a bit of the carbon? Is that an idea?
So because carbon is very dispersed, like this is why like it doesn't really matter as much if you're emitting it or like Russia. It kind of gets all into the whole atmosphere. So I would say it is really great to have these ecosystems also anywhere, right? So the impact, the connection is not that localized, but the effect is still important globally.
Just one quick question. As far as the local vegetation we have on the island, which is you know what they are, it's aloe, it's those sompinha plants and the different vegetation we have, do they actually qualify?
They absorb very little, so it's very hard. Like, also, you have to think, I guess, the methodology for quantifying the absorption is pretty intensive, and so there is a cost related to it, and because the absorption rate of desert ecosystems is slow, the amount that you would absorb per hectare is low, so it's not nothing. but these are the lower lying fruits, or like basically where you would get the most bang for your buck.
Yeah, because in our region, because we're so arid, so dry, it's costly to actually have a tropical forest in Curaçao, for example.
Yeah, no, my focus is on these three.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I figured, yeah.
I'm just showcasing because a lot of people think, tropical forest, boreal forest, that's
exactly.
like, the very high value landscapes. So kind of.
I have one more question on the comment that you made that like the impact is not localized and carbon is really like dispersed. But then if you don't have any binding agreements and like you have voluntary things, how is it going to be in balance? And is it then like I'm a little skeptical that it's more like a greenwashing thing than like really meeting like the things that are necessary?
Well, I mean, you can only sell what you produce, right? So in that way, as I said, it's like farming. So because it all needs to be measured, you can only sell if that landscape is there. And if it is there, it is doing its job.
Okay.
Right? And
but for instance, like if you buy a flight to Europe, for instance, then you can like offset your emissions for €2. But I know that, like, for example, one tree is more than €2. So, like, is it then maintenance? Like, what is the real impact?
Yeah, so this is a way to help finance the protection for the islands. And so I think, indeed, like that concept, I wouldn't, for the person who's trying to offset, I wouldn't take that as like the right approach to reduce your emissions. But it is happening, right? And if it is a way to create a financial incentive for protecting our ecosystem, which also has like real localized benefits for us, while like reducing storm surges, reducing sea level rise, protecting biodiversity, and at the same time valuing the functioning of the ecosystem. I think that it is a real value. So I think basically the greenwashing is kind of on the other end, but not on the end of the conservation.
Okay.
Okay, so a recent research completed by Wageningen University compared blue carbon ecosystems in the Dutch Caribbean. And as we see, there is potential in Curaçao, also in Aruba, and in Bonaire. I mean, there is potential all across, but we can see, that different areas have been identified, and those are the areas that are already there. Because you can also, we'll look at it in a minute, you have the potential to quantify the areas that are there right now, right, for conservation, but you can also apply it through restoration programs. So these areas can be increased. So additionally, this is again from a McKinsey analysis of the potential in blue economy and the emerging blue carbon solutions. So for a long time, actually until I think like last year, until blue carbon was not accepted, for example, in the EU ETS. So it was kind of like a big focus on land-based ecosystems. So blue carbon is very new to the game of carbon trading. But research shows that it's likely to expand. So what we see here is that you have different areas. So mangrove restoration, mangrove protection, seagrass restoration protection, salt marsh or salinity restoration protection. And these are the established solutions. So these ones are already being traded. So there are mechanisms right now to quantify and trade these ecosystems. But additionally, there's new options that are likely to enter the market in the next few years. These include kelp forest conservation, which can be a part of your food security plan. Seaweed farming, again. Additionally, bottom trawling sediment loss. So in Aruba, this is sometimes the case that we have like foreign ships that do bottom trawling. Do you guys know what bottom trawling is? Yes? Who doesn't? Okay. It's like this type of fishing when you have like a big kind of like a rake that kind of like scrapes at the bottom of the ocean and just takes everything from it. And so if you practice this type of fishing in your community, or if this is something that you have problems with, if you can reduce it, then you'll actually get paid also for reducing it. because it's very destructive to the potential of the soil. So these are also like very large areas, right, of better protecting the soil. And again, that can also support food security. Yeah.
So who is the referee or the scientist who says this creates this much and you've done it and keeps up with it, and that's the hard part, huh?
Yeah, I'll get to that. Mechanisms. All right, so there's a whole kind of like framework. And so there are parts of this, for example, for the NDCs and the Article 6 that currently don't apply to us. But the methodologies that are used are actually the same ones that are used by the UNFCCC agreements. So what we're going to, if we participate in the voluntary market, we're actually also laying the groundwork for if we get included into the UN agreements in the future to also be able to sell them at that level. So we're going to look at the methodologies in particular. So yeah, there are basically two certifying agencies that cover all three of the blue carbon ecosystems that we have in the Dutch Caribbean, which are Vera and Plan Vivo. Vera is the largest accrediting agency in the world right now, and it is the American one. So the European Union has a very good institutional framework. As you might know, the United States is a bit of a mess. So their main area of certification is in California, and a lot of the rest of the country does not apply. While that is true, the private end of it is a lot more developed. So a lot of the carbon credits go through Vera, which is, in the case of Aruba, this is good news. It means that a lot of the hotels that operate on Aruba, which are mostly American, are already familiar with this framework. So these ones, so they have different methodologies that can be used to measure and provide the credit certificate, which is actually what you sell, is a certificate. So these are the different methodologies that they have. So methodology for tidal wetland and seagrass restoration, and RDD+, which is the general afforestation methodology. And then, yeah, Plan Vivo has one collective one. So this one covers mangrove, seagrass, meadows, and salt marshes. And this one covers tidal wetlands, mangroves, forests, wetlands. But additionally, I ask you to look at this area, which is a new area that's developing as well, which is Community Climate and Biodiversity Standard. And so if you can also measure the biodiversity impact or the positive impacts that this has on the community, let's think about sustainable fisheries or people not having to be displaced by sea level rise, then that additional positive community impact can also be quantified and increase the value of your credit. So there's different methods here. So this would be kind of stacked. Now, if you look over here, we'll see that Plan Vivo has one standard, and in that same standard, they actually also include a demand to invest back in the communities and to measure the biodiversity impact. So these are two different methods. Let's say if you're in a low trust system, if you get in Plan Vivo, for example, if there's indigenous land, this is often the case, and it's better to take this approach because then you make sure that in the development, the community is included. On the other hand, if you take Vera, it gives you a potential to start with one thing and then expand, and then expand. So yeah, these are the two different approaches. And so what is interesting is that indeed there is an opportunity to quantify the biodiversity impact. While it's not for carbon, in this case, that would also fall for the reef systems, right? Which are huge biodiversity hotspots. All right. Okay. Climate agreements. Now, you've heard me mention several times, we are not included in the climate agreements. That sucks. And so I recommend everybody to read this paper by, I do not know how to pronounce your name. I'm just going to point it. So access to mitigation and adaptation mechanisms mentioned in the international agreements could be beneficial to the Dutch islands. They can provide additional funding from the European Union, additional funding from the UN for protecting, adapting, and increasing the areas covered. Unfortunately, when the Netherlands signed, they excluded all 6 islands, including the BES islands. That said, each of our islands, separately or collectively, can request to re-enter and to enter into this agreement. And if we do, then it would still be up to the kingdom to include us. But a big part of the reason why the argument they gave to exclude the islands from these agreements is a lack of capacity. So I also think that actually starting on these projects, right, outside of the agreement can showcase our capacity and the fact that we think this is important, we think this is a potential for our islands. So, yeah. Because of this, we can see there's the international crediting mechanisms. We cannot partake in this. So in this area, we cannot participate. Regional, national, and subnational crediting mechanisms, we cannot participate in this. We do not have a domestic compliance market that can be developed, but that is a whole thing. That would be meaning that Curaçao itself would set locally carbon ceilings and set its own internal carbon market. This is, for example, happening in Colombia, also in Mexico. And we see result-based finances is one option, right? But then we also see independent crediting mechanisms, which fall under these. The voluntary market is the easiest one to enter. And these are already active on our islands, through the hotels, through the airports, through different programs that are buying it from abroad. And many, especially of the like more expensive hotels, would definitely be interested in buying them locally. How to get started? Okay. So depending on what you want to do, let's say if you're looking at waste or energy, you would want to work on a life cycle assessment to have an initial estimate of what the reduction potentials are for different changes that you might want to apply. So if you want to transition from one energy source to another. So that is one way to get some initial numbers, to have a sense of what is the potential of that market for you. Again, if you're talking on the voluntary market, this can be done on a government level, but it can also be done even on an individual level or on a company level. And on the blue carbon, what we're currently doing is using remote sensing capacity to do initial assessments of the area. If any of you are working at a university, you can get access to planet data, which is pretty, like the resolution is pretty high. It's like 3 meters by 3 meters. So you can get a pretty good assessment, and you can look at it over the past 10 to 20 years. And this based on some rule of thumb, like average values of those ecosystems, you can have an initial sense of where it is and use that to start developing your plan. In the end, you will need to go through the methodologies, the step-by-step methodologies that I indicated from Plan Vivo or from Vera, which will be how it actually gets certified in the end. One of the interesting points in that area is that it does require 3 different independent accrediting agencies. So in my opinion, I'm pretty sure that it is likely that in Curaçao you already have the capacity to do this through Kermabi. In Aruba we don't. In Bonaire they are in the process right now. So they got a pretty large grant last year to explore the potential in Lagbay, including its carbon absorption rate. So in these types of projects, if we actually work together as islands, we can develop the capacity to go around, to circulate, rather than having to have 3 different independent agencies on the island or having to fly people over to do that assessment. So we can actually support each other in these types of processes. So there is a pretty large grant that is open in September, which is a lot more likely to get to give funding if it is a multi-island project, which is the LIFE sub-program for climate action. What we see is that these projects can be included as adaptive capacity to strengthen resilience, as well as carbon mitigation for reduced carbon emissions. So if we look at it and its broader impact for the islands, again, this is from the Wageningen report, we can see that carbon sequestration is one of the impacts, but it also includes shoreline protection from sea level rise and increased erosion, fish nurseries for healthier fisheries, biodiversity support, which can support tourism, fisheries, and just general quality of life, and water quality, which of course is also very important. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Christy. Now, next up, we have Trip from the Curaçao Reef Restoration, who is going to talk about the importance of the reef ecosystems for the island. After Trip's presentation, we have another, I think, 20, 25 minutes with both me, Christy, and Trip sitting here, and you can ask us any questions. I'll also be firing up some questions to them. But let's really use that time to explore further. I think this definitely made things even more concrete about the opportunities of both conservation and development of nature. And Christy, I'm so happy that you made it. Trip, it's your turn. Yeah, you can take it. There you go.
Thank you.
Big round of applause.
I haven't done anything yet. Thank you. How's this work? You can tell I don't do this a lot. So my name is Trip, and I manage a coral restoration project here on the island. And I've been here a year and a half, so I'm not familiar with every inch of the policy and the blue economy. I'm glad you explained all that. I do know that coral reefs are beautiful, and they're important, and they're suffering. Florida has 2% coral cover. They used to have 60%. We've got about 15 to 25%. When I got here and went to see Curaçao's reefs, I cried in my mask. It was so healthy. You guys don't know how lucky we are to have these great coral reefs. So I'd like to have questions and not just have a speech. So if something doesn't make sense, please raise your hand. I can't even read that. Okay, this is just an introductory. Great, thank you. We're a nonprofit. We have 2 employees and 2 interns, but we've gotten a lot done. We've outplanted 13,000 endangered corals back onto Curaçao's reefs. We do simple techniques. I'll talk about more of those later. I want to talk about the impact of coral reefs on the economy and on tourism first. So when I was researching this, I was like, blue economy, I don't know about agriculture or drilling, but it turns out that tourism is trade, is an export. People give money to companies here in Curaçao, and it helps our economy. And so a beautiful blue ocean that attracts tourism is trade, is exports. Would you agree with that? Yes. Okay. Like other sectors, we need to cultivate it. So tourism is the 3rd largest trade category according to the World Tourism Organization of the UN. So it's important. A huge part of exports is the tourism that comes to Curaçao. And we're seeing more ecotourism. People want to do immersive activities. They want to learn about nature. They want to be involved. It's growing at 15.2% compounded over till 2030. That's a huge growth industry. It's a vital sector of our economy, as we know. Different figures say different things. 18% of the economy, 23% of the jobs. The export strategy talks about tourism being a 1/3 of the economy. So coral reefs globally are important ecosystems, and they are declining around the world. They stop 97% of the wave energy from storms. They block erosion. They provide habitat for 25% of all marine life. So coral reefs are 1/10 of 1% of the ocean, but 25% of all the life in the ocean spends part of its life on the coral reef. And 50 million people around the world depend on reefs for fishing, livelihoods, tourism, protection from the waves. So who here has been snorkeling? All right, any scuba divers? Right? So apparently 1% of the world population dives. So the divers need to be the acolytes, the supporters, to tell people how beautiful these ecosystems are. I got started in this. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 25 years in politics, and I went with my dad, and we loved Jacques Cousteau and snorkeling on the coral reef, and I went to St. Croix. We went to Buck Island, which is protected. We're going to go see these great elkhorn coral, and it was a graveyard. It was dead, and it broke my heart. And I started reading, like, why did the reefs die? What happened? And I found a group in Florida that grows coral in a nursery and then plants it back on the reef. And I was like, wow, you can do that? So I went to an educational weekend and sort of had an epiphany that this is what I want to do. And I wouldn't leave them alone. I quit and volunteered in Florida for 6 months, and they finally hired me to help work on international projects. So I helped develop a project in Roatan and ended up moving to Roatan for 4 years to work on that project. And I was lucky enough to come here. We have the healthiest reefs in the Caribbean. Coral restoration can work here, so we should be really proud of this island. Yeah, sidebar, sorry. Okay, the CHATA, the Curaçao Hospitality and Tourism Association, has done some studies of the impact of scuba diving. We have about 10,000 tourists that snorkel and dive every month. And I think this figure is low, but they calculated the impact of diving is around $40 million a year. Another study from the Waite Institute talks about marine tourism contributing $375 million to Curaçao's economy. And this is sort of a famous slide. It's a bit sad. Back in the 70s, the average coral cover in the Caribbean was around 60%. There have been a series of diseases and unfortunate bleaching events where it's gotten too hot for the coral, and the average around the Caribbean is around now 10% or so. We're lucky we're higher here, but the Caribbean has suffered more than the rest of the world. So we've actually gotten better at restoring reefs than the rest of the world because we have more experience, because our reefs declined earlier. So this is from the 80s when Curaçao had 35% coral cover. We're still higher than everyone else in the region. Bonaire and Curaçao can argue about whose reefs are better, but we have the best reefs in the Caribbean. So now Curaçao's not immune from the different stressors on Caribbean reefs. We've lost half the coral since 1982. So what caused this decline? Big factor is climate change. Coral reefs live in a pretty tight temperature range, 70 to 85 Fahrenheit. What is that, Celsius? American, I'm sorry. It's up to 30, I guess, like 25 to 30, something like that. So now we've increased global temperatures 1.2 degrees Fahrenheit, 1.2 Celsius, like 2.5 Fahrenheit. Anyway, now corals get outside of their comfort zone too often as the baseline temperatures are rising. We didn't have regional coral bleaching in the 70s. Then there was some regional bleaching, and then in 1998 we had a global bleaching event where corals around the entire globe bleached, and that was because of a big El Nino event, and they're predicting a big El Nino event this year. So I'm a little bit worried about the corals this year. So now we're seeing increasingly bleaching events. And bleaching is when, so the coral is an interesting animal. It lives in a symbiotic relationship with plants. So corals are white, but they have a tiny microscopic algae that lives in their tissue that gives them their color, and 80% of their food from the sun's energy hitting the microscopic algae called zooxanthellae. Does that make sense? All right. So this animal, as it grows, it lays down calcium carbonate. So it's an animal that lives with the plant that turns into a rock, and that rock builds the coral reefs. Okay. When it gets too hot or too cold or too much salinity or too much sedimentation, the coral gets stressed and expels its symbiotic algae and turns white. The vast majority of bleaching these days is because it gets too hot. So we're also putting CO2 in the atmosphere, and 30% falls into the ocean, making the ocean more acidic, making it harder for lobsters and mussels and corals to form their calcium carbonate shells. So if you love the coral reefs, we have to address climate change. The UN has said that if we increase global temperatures 1.5 degrees Celsius, we're going to lose 70 to 90% of coral reefs. We've already increased temperatures 1.2 degrees Celsius. 1.5 is baked in. If we go to 2.0, the prediction is we lose 99% of coral reefs. So I hate to be gloomy, but that's reality. And coral reefs are beautiful, and we cannot let them die to climate change. So if that's one takeaway, you guys really care about climate change, okay? Around the world, wherever there are reefs or wherever people are, we're catching too many fish. We've taken 90% of the big fish out of the ocean. 30% of the fish in the world is caught illegally. 20% of the food in the restaurant and the grocery store is mislabeled. So there's a lot of unsustainable fishing going on in the world. And that upsets the balance on the reefs. We end up with, anyway, it's a very complex trophic ecosystem, and you take some of the big predators out and then things go haywire. You get too much algae or too much, anyway. Okay, we are polluting too much of the world, too much destructive coastal development, and too much inadequate sewage treatment. So add that in the Caribbean, we've had two really bad disease epidemics. One is called the white band disease, and that killed the staghorn and elkhorn coral throughout the Caribbean. Staghorn is the long fingers, and elkhorn is the big horns. I think the older people remember elkhorn used to stick out of the waves everywhere. And we've lost 92% of those corals in Curaçao. We lost up to 98% in the Caribbean to a disease in the 1970s and 1980s. This white band came through and killed these corals. The good news is we can bring them back, and we're doing that. In 1983, all the sea urchins died. Some came out of the Panama Canal and spread in 1 year, killed the long-spined sea urchins. Older people may remember stepping on them when you were a kid, but they used to pull them off the reef so people could walk around. But they were really important. They were the primary herbivore that ate the algae on the reef. And now we took out the primary herbivore. Now macroalgae grows on the reef and fights for space with corals. So if we don't have sea urchins, we got to have parrotfish. Anybody know what a parrotfish is? They're really colorful, sharp teeth. They run around biting the reef to eat algae, and they poop out 800 pounds of sand every year to make sand for the beach, but vital for the ecosystem. Since we lost the sea urchin, we got to have the parrotfish. Some places in the Caribbean have caught all their groupers, all their snappers, all their barracudas, and now they think their national fish is the parrotfish. It's not. That's the number one conservation method for reefs, is to protect the parrotfish. So unfortunately, something even worse is coming called stony coral tissue loss disease. I'll talk about that in a minute. All right, so in the 70s, we had fields of staghorn coral. Elkhorn coral dominated the tops of reefs in the Caribbean. To build a dock, you'd have to hack through the elkhorn. And then we had this white band disease that came through. And we have bones of staghorn coral in many areas of the Caribbean, and we have dead elkhorn on the tops of reefs. We've lost 97% of these species. This is not in Curaçao, this is around the Caribbean. So I'll get to that in a minute, but now we're talking about a new disease that started in Florida in 2014. It's called the stony coral tissue loss disease. And I don't have much good things to say about this. This is going to kill about 20 species of coral. Maybe 60% of the coral on the reef are going to succumb to this disease, most likely. It took 4 years to move down Florida, jump to Jamaica. I was in Roatan. I watched it arrive. I watched it kill half the corals. Well, it's unfortunate. There is a treatment that uses amoxicillin, and you can go mix it with this special paste, and it delivers the medicine to the mucus of the coral, and it can stop one of the lesions. But in 2 weeks, it might get a lesion here. And then you have to be vigilant for the next 4 or 5 years to keep going back to these corals. The government here is about to announce a plan to how to address this. It's a very difficult problem to solve. So the pillar corals are at great risk. There are 50 pillar corals left in Florida. There used to be 5 million. So, sorry to depress you. This is just the reality that we're facing. And I tell you this because there is ways to restore these corals. So what can we do? We can protect the herbivores like the parrotfish. We can protect the seagraves, the mangroves and the seagrasses and the corals. We can improve sewage treatment. So usually before man comes in and paves everything, we have forests and mangroves and seagrasses that filter out the sedimentation on the reef. Now we have these impervious surfaces and sediment just funnels right onto the reef. So we need to protect those filter systems with a bunch of money from carbon. And we all just need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and largely that's to stop coal and the big, what are the big targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions? I don't know. It's not one individual, it's got to be societal, it's got to be worldwide. So we also invest in coral restoration efforts. So this is what we do. We grow pieces of these staghorn coral that died off in the 70s in what we call a coral tree. A little piece of coral gets this big in a year, and then we take that piece of coral and we attach it to some bamboo, a structure. Then the coral grows larger, and the bamboo starts to deteriorate, and then the coral falls and recreates a reef. So down here is outside of Mambo Beach. This was a sandy plain, and now it's 400 meters of staghorn coral. Yeah, really proud of that. Thank you. So does this work? Hey. So this is when we initially got a permit to take 200 pieces of staghorn and 200 pieces of elkhorn, and we've turned those into 4,000 pieces in our nursery and 13,000 on the reef. We haven't taken any more coral from that initial time. We took a small subset. And this is how fast staghorn grows. So this is 1 year, we get a big coral that's ready to outplant. This is on Stella Maris, the dive site outside of Mambo Beach. This is when I cried at my mast. I couldn't believe they had created this reef. This is hard to do. And then the fish come back, the marine life comes back. Damselfish. He's a farmer who pecks at the coral till it dies, and then he fights anybody that comes in his area. He's this big. He's bit me 100 times. So our success to date. We have 50 trees at 5 different nursery locations. We've planted 13,000 corals. We've taught probably more than this, PADI specialty courses for people to learn about coral restoration, and they can volunteer with us. We've certified, I think it's more like 150 kids to get certified in scuba and then work in coral restoration. Too many Caribbean islands, kids don't know how to swim. We got to get more people into the ocean. We got to educate more kids. We work with 2 other dive shops. We got a grant from PADI, and we built coral nurseries on their house reef. So now they can take their people and learn about coral restoration and plant coral in those areas. And we have 2 partner dive shops or resorts. Boasa and Avila have sponsored us to build nurseries on their house reef, and so their guests can enjoy seeing some live coral and support coral restoration. Our nurseries are in these locations. We'd like to expand. We are part of an international network with the USA and Bonaire and Cayman and Australia. We share best practices. MCB Bank and Koiman on the island have supported us, along with Lions Dive and PADI in the World Wildlife Fund in the Netherlands and some foundations in the United States, but we're woefully underfunded. I've taken a vow of poverty to work in coral restoration, but I think we're going to get over the hump. And in Florida, they've announced they're going to spend $100 million over 10 years on coral restoration. And Bonaire got a $200,000 grant from the EU to work on coral restoration. So we're looking for our sugar daddy somewhere to... So we like to learn new techniques and increase the scale of restoration. We need more volunteers and diversify across the island. This is just something fun. We're lucky we have Carmabi and Secor, two of the most respected and important marine laboratories in the world that are here, that are part of our offering to the world. Scientists come here, and we should be really proud of those institutions. And they let us tag along and see their work when they go collect the spawn. Once a year, a coral will spawn, release gametes of egg and sperm into the water column, and they do it all synchronized at certain minutes after the full moon. So they knew this was going to happen, and they swim out to the reef and they put a tent around the coral, and then they... Okay, so we can help teach ecotourism to visiting guests, to tourists. We're hoping to find those corals that maybe have some heat tolerance or some disease tolerance and grow those in our nurseries and put them back on the reef. We want to engage more kids, and we'd like to just build a network. We have 5 partners now, and we want to teach more people how to do coral restoration. So we seek partners and investment. We have people that will adopt a tree for $500. They have a coral tree, or a thicket of coral for $1,000. We raised like $35,000 in the last year from visiting tourists and other people on that. Share the word. Invite us to come speak to your guests or kids or employees. So we need the whole island to help work together to protect these vital resources. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? Sure. Who's got the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so you were mentioning that you guys have a couple of nurseries, right? And in the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that the nurseries basically help grow these corals and then kind of plant them back in the ocean.
Right.
So how long would you think that it would take for the amount of corals to return back to its pre-white band disease, or will it ever reach that
Yeah,
amount?
that's a great question, and it's hard to answer, right? We had fields, kilometers of staghorn, right? I can plant 50 on a dive, right? So how many? That's a lot of.
Would it ever be able to reach that?
It's challenging, especially with climate change. Yeah. In the U.S., when these been declared endangered species, and they had to come up with a plan. How would you restore these corals? And that plan, they talk about over 200 years, spending like $500 million. They could restore these in the Caribbean. So that's kind of a pie in the sky kind of idea. But I think that the good news is if we can restore spawning populations, then they can spawn and repopulate the reef on their own. We don't have to put each one out there. So that's the idea. right now you'll find one elkhorn. Beautiful, right? When it spawns, the next one is 200 meters. You may not find it. But if we take the genetic material from this guy and that coral and one all around the island, grow them, put them out together, when they spawn, we can jumpstart sexual reproduction. So that's our goal. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, you mentioned that Bonaire got funding from EU
Yes.
for their projects. Did
Yes.
you or did we apply as well for the EU funds, or
Well,
did we
would,
try?
but I wasn't here. But anyway, I was working somewhere else. This was 3 or 4 years ago, the BEST 2.0 that came through. Bonaire started their project about 3 years earlier than we did, and they're kind of what I aspire our project to become. They've got 9 different dive shops that all work together. We have 3, so we're getting there. Yeah, they're doing really good work over there, and we share information and talk all the time, and we're hoping to catch up with them. Yeah.
First of all, congratulations on the Mambo area. I've been a diver and dove there many times, so I know how empty it was, how desolate it was. So to see that, it's very impressive.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if you were measuring the water quality there that comes out of the bay area that goes out, because there's so many tourists going in the water with all their chemicals on their body.
Yeah.
What effect that has on your newly built reef on long term?
So it's a great question, and you know, we're just kind of resource limited. For a while there's 1 employee, now we have 2, and we have to sort of pick our fights, and we haven't done water quality testing. I think down there the wind blows this way, the current goes this way, so we get the clean water from out east. And I think the water quality is fairly good, surprisingly, because in our nursery there's no disease. In Roatan in Florida, 10% of the corals are diseased half the time. Here, 100% healthy, really amazing. So good water quality for some reason. We have, we're lucky here also that we don't have hurricanes. But our corals got cocky and got used to it and got big and tall. And then last year we had 2 tropical storms that broke a lot of the coral. And that brought out a lot of fireworms and snails. And we're having a lot of issue with predation on our corals after they got broken. But yeah, thanks.
You said you had a lot of resources, and this is very resource intensive. Do you also look at natural restoration? Because there are areas on Curaçao that restored naturally without any human impact, which look great. It's like a football field. I'm not going to tell you where it is in this public because I don't want too many people to go over there. But are you looking into that?
So we like to study why the corals survived in certain areas. We've lost 92% of the staghorn coral, but there's a lot at Playa Hundu. There's a lot at Small Wall. Why did they survive? We go and kind of try to figure that out. What are the conditions that lead to survival? Mambo Beach was just a sandy plain. Coral can't land on sand. We put a lot of breakwater rocks and a lot of sand, and we're going to have to help those areas. So, yeah, it's an interesting puzzle why the coral declined in some areas and why it's restored itself in other areas. I don't quite know that answer, but I'm sure Karmabi and Secor and all of us are trying to figure that out. Yep.
Yeah, good morning. A question. Seeing the state that our coral reefs are in globally, in combination with the limitation of funds when it comes to the environment, do you think it is wise to put funds in these kind of remedial actions like coral restoration instead of actually tackling the issues that make sure that the coral reefs are declining, like climate change, sewage, and coastal development? Don't you think it's you get a better bang for your buck if you invested in those kind of actions instead of the remedial ones we're talking about here?
Yeah, it's a good question, and you have a point. You know, these bigger issues are going to overwhelm the efforts that we make to restore coral. I think an argument is that we are trying to grow the corals that can withstand hotter water. So we need to do that research. We need to put as many different genotypes on the reef to find out the ones that are heat tolerant, grow more of those, put those back. I think there's a argument to be made for we need at least to preserve the genetic diversity of the remaining 2% of the corals in order, if we are successful at addressing climate change for this new world we're going to have, right? If we can't just give up and say they're all going to die, we quit. It's a fair question, though. In marine biology, a lot of the scientists, people hear how negative things are looking with this new disease and climate change, but we need some hope. We need to inspire people. We need scientists to find the discoveries that are going to create that coral that can survive the future, or have the science or the will and the finances to address climate change. So anyway, it's a great question.
To what point has the parrotfish issue been mitigated?
So I think it varies by different islands, and I need to be careful. I'm not an expert on the fish regulations or on the number of fish here. When I go diving, I hear a lot of crunchy reef, and that's a healthy reef, and I see a lot of parrotfish. So I think we have a higher amount of parrotfish than most islands, and that may be one of the reasons why we have a healthier reef than most islands.
All right, so we are going to move over to a panel discussion very soon. So all these questions that you have, do keep them very close to your heart. Write them down on your phone. But we're just going to switch up the room a little bit. So I would say let's take a 5-minute break to 10 minutes. You can have some drinks in here. You can have a bite in here. And then we're going to start a panel discussion with all of the previous speakers on this topic. And I think we can dive a bit deeper into the details of green economy, blue economy, and sustainability. All right? Take care.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Before it was reality, the moon landing,
All right, I welcome everyone back in the room. If you had any questions that you felt like, hey, what is this blue economy thing? Are these people actually speaking truth? Today is a time to ask all your questions. Luke, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Wonderful. All right, thank you so much. I have a couple of questions noted down, but like Nico said, at the end, there's still some room for open questions in the audience. This topic of climate change, it keeps coming back. It is both a very daunting, like Chirp is saying, it's something so big and it kind of feels that it's taking you over, but it's also something that we want to deal with locally. So really to start it off, as Caribbean countries and islands are so prone to climate change, but we also seem to lack the financial resources to really make that much of a difference, right? We're not the biggest polluter. And what are some ways that you see, that both of you see, as Caribbean islands can play an important role in stopping or slowing down climate change?
I think as island states, really on the mitigation side, we're insignificant. I think all the numbers show that. So I think what we can do, and I think where islands have really shown, and where I need to repeat that I think it's a grave injustice that we are not included in the climate agreements, is the standard of 1.5. He mentioned the standard of 2 degrees. In the 90s, the standard negotiated by all the large countries was 2 degrees. You know who brought it down to 1.5? Island states. Island states negotiated on the global floor because there's 200-something countries, right? You know how many of those are islands in the UN? 50 some, right? So where every country is one vote, a lot of islands is big power. And we have first-hand stories. These are not models. These are not theoretical. I can tell you from the reef islands in Aruba, there are some that have lost more than 50% in the past 20 years. And that increases erosion, right? That increases how vulnerable we are to storm events. That increases, if you go to Savaneta, there's entire houses that have now built like walls in front of them, right, for seawalls. So these stories from islands, they can impact change on the global level. I mentioned that last year, blue carbon for the first time got included. Who fought for that? Islands, right? Right now, the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, right? She's pushing a whole new financial model, the first revisioning since the end of the Second World War. Who's pushing that? Islands. But we need to, we need to push because it's going to affect us first, right? We can't go inland, we can't go anywhere, and we can't give up our land, right? So I think we do need to organize collectively, not each island on its own, but as a total. And for you guys in Curaçao, for us in Aruba, one step for that is for us to push for the Netherlands to include us in those climate agreements, for the island values to be included in the EU vision, because they are responsible, right? And we are EU citizens.
Thank you, Christy.
It's a great question and a hard question, an unfair question that the industrialized nations of the world have caused climate change, and the developing economies around the world are going to suffer from it. Poorer people around the world are going to suffer from the rich nations putting so much CO2 in. And I think that you should get as many young people to go to law school and then sue the oil companies that cause the climate change. So they can sell a product, someone buys it, puts CO2 in the atmosphere, and now Curaçao bears the cost of that profit made by those oil companies that knew about climate change in the 70s. They predicted to the point of, they knew we would be at 1.5 increase in Celsius with 420 parts per million. In the 1970s, they knew this, and they lied to everybody for 30 or 40 years. So I think that the polluter should pay. I think they want to make everyone think that my choice of being vegan or not is going to change climate change. It will help at the edges, but the main source of the pollution is the coal companies and the oil companies and the transportation industries, and the lack of electric vehicles, the lack of public transportation, those kind of big picture issues that will make a real difference.
Awesome. Yeah, you mentioned having these insights and then being able to make action. So, for example, going to law school, getting an understanding of what's happening. What are some of the educational backgrounds you think we should invest more in as Caribbean countries to really make a difference in climate change? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think we need to be necessarily lawyers. Yeah, I think marine biologists are great, environmental scientists are great. Yeah. We need to do a lot for adaptation also, right? I think we know that like counting on mitigation when we have very little impact on that is a small part of it. But if we can protect our coast, like our islands are, like for Aruba, a very small part of Aruba is a volcano, right? Most of the island was made by reefs, right? By healthy reefs. And if the reef is healthy, if the mangroves are healthy, the island can grow. We can see this in Pacific Islands, where the islands are literally still growing, right? As long as the reef is healthy. If the reef is not healthy, the island's going to shrink. But the concept that the island is alive, that it's a living, growing thing, is crazy, right? And we can do that in a way that provides us food, that protects our coasts, that gives us quality of life, right? And seeing that, our interaction with nature as an opportunity, I think is good. And I think we should value that. So I think it is literally worth money, right? If we're going to pay to get oil out of the ground, kill everyone, why would we not pay for like having beautiful living systems that provide health and quality of life for everyone?
So I guess the question was, what should we study to keep children educated about climate change to make a difference? I just have to say that I'm really impressed with the education system in Curaçao, that each little kid can speak Papiamento in Dutch and English and Spanish, and that's pretty remarkable. I think as a selfish person, I want more people to understand the importance of coral reefs, and if people can't swim, they can't see the beauty of it. I think that there should be a swimming rule or a way to teach kids in Caribbean islands so they can get underwater and see the beauty of it and not hear the stories that the shark's going to get you. The sharks are afraid of us, so that's just one thing I would think of.
Look, if you allow me, there are a number of students here from the universities in the room, and just want to identify where they're from, if any of them are into environmental studies. What's up? Can they show of hands? Students here that are in environmental studies.
We are currently studying business and management with major in international business, most of us.
So sorry, I just came in, but I am not a student anymore. I'm a graduate from Wageningen University, and I have a minor and specialization in environmental sciences, so system analysis.
And Andrew is saying I should not raise my hand because I'm too old to be a student, but I absolutely do not agree with that because I'm a marine biologist by origin, and the coral reef spawning was one of the things of my thesis. And you're never too old to learn, and we should continue learning because the world is changing so fast that we all should be students. And we all should look more into what is coming ahead and how can we have the people that we need to prevent from this earth getting worse than we found it.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for your presentation. I'm sorry that I missed, I guess, 2 of them. What I am wondering is, in the end, it's all about awareness, and I think the big challenge we're struggling with is that there's just not enough, apparently, still not enough priority on this, on the challenges we face worldwide. So I'm happy to hear that you guys address that positively, and we have 50 islands. But there is also so much going on already. For example, are you aware of the Island Innovation Network? Mm-hmm. Are we connected to that? Do we collaborate with them in these? Because the Island Innovation Network has more than 100,000 members. They build bridges between policy members, NGO, government. Does that help us in any way? And the guy's name, I forgot.
James.
James was here a couple of years ago, and he made such an impression on me. I try to follow them. I haven't been following them very actively, but Island Innovation is a worldwide network, which is I think, is a very powerful network. Are we doing something with them?
So we're actually quite well connected with them, both as an island of Curaçao, but also our own team. Island Innovation is a network that does innovation programs for different countries, especially around sustainable tourism, sustainable energy, all these different types of sustainable topics. And there are different ways that we collaborate with them. So one is understanding also where their priorities are, and that is also a snapshot of what other islands in the world are looking for. So one topic, for example, that we hope to introduce more in Curaçao is sustainable tourism, as that's something that is quite big in the Madeira and kind of the some other islands. We're also looking for ways to bring them back to the island. They're definitely still connected to Curaçao. I know that Mayo is well connected with them. And also through digital, I know that we have some local ambassadors in the Island Innovation Network. And that's something that we're constantly participating in and kind of partnering with them as well. To gain the insights from around the world, because as you both mentioned, working together with other groups gets you more insight, but also more body. If we do something together with Island Innovation, we know that we are using the latest information and network, but also we know that we'll have the body to execute something. So And that's a good example of a group that has a positive effect on the island. Which right away gets me to the next question. You mentioned this network of Reef Renewal Florida, Bonaire, and etc. What does a collaboration like that mean to you, and what are the benefits and struggles from these multinational collaborations?
It's just a benefit that we get to learn from the innovations made by others. Mainly our collaboration is based upon a man named Ken Niedermeyer, who invented the coral tree and started the Coral Restoration Foundation and started the project in Bonaire and Curaçao, and has been sort of a leader in the field and my mentor. And so I pick his brain and he teaches me what to do, so I don't have to practice or fail at 10 things because Ken's already figured out the solution. So that's the main benefit for me. And I get to call Francesca over in Bonaire, who is working on boulder corals and other things that we haven't started on yet, and she can also provide wisdom from the success she's had in Bonaire. So there's not really a downside of that. It's odd that in conservation there's always a lot of politics. That Ken Niedermeyer started a foundation in the Florida Keys, and now he left to form another one. And anyway, that's just an odd thing, that there's too much politics in everything.
I was in Aruba last week, Christy, and there was this awesome system program, which was a collaboration between the University of Aruba and the University of Leuven. And they had this awesome educational program. I think there are 3 bachelor courses and 3 master courses. Have you seen examples like that, or more examples like that in Aruba, where you say, hey, there's multinational or international organizations coming in, really collaborating with the locals, and that has a very positive impact?
Yeah, so I guess I would highlight one project that just got started with the University of Aruba and Wageningen and Scubba Bubbles, which is a team that's doing coral restoration in Aruba, to try to restore both coral and mangrove areas in a systems approach, right? So they're seeing the connection between the coral and the mangrove and the seagrass, and doing some mapping. So I think that's an interesting case, again, where we're collaborating. Our university is very young and small, and each faculty has a sister faculty from a bigger university. In some cases, like the tourism faculty, their sister university is the University of South Carolina. Our governance faculty is connected to the University of Utrecht. Our science faculty is connected to Leuven. So I think that this has benefited our university by connecting our small program with larger, better funded programs.
Awesome. We have a question. Sam, can you get the...
I also have a question. I have a question about carbon credits. What do you think is the future of carbon credits? Like, do you think that in the near future we as a person will be allotted a certain amount of carbon credits, and it will limit what we can do, what we're allowed to do, maybe in terms of travel or import, or I don't know.
I don't think it would be like that. Like, usually it's done more on larger industries, right? So it's like the airline industry is expected to decrease their emissions. They're not there yet, so they're going to have to buy more credits. But a lot of like oil industries or different chemical industries are investing in changing that, putting on filters, just reducing their emissions. And if they don't, basically they just get fined. It basically makes financial benefit for them, because that seems to be the only logic that they comply to do this. So far, I haven't seen any examples of it being implemented on a per person. What I have seen very recently is that the island of Palau created, like, you tell it basically what you're planning to do, and you have to like fly a bunch to get there. And it will give you an estimate of your carbon emissions on that project. And then it will tell you, like, okay, you're emitting this much on your trip, and how are you going to, and it gives you options to try to reduce that. And a lot of those options are in ways that benefit the island. So I think taking more responsibility of our actions, especially for small islands, where, I mean, we depend on tourism, but if our islands are disappearing due to climate change, then, you know, it's also kind of like a negative relationship. Yeah. So kind of seeing how that can be reversed or done in a way in which it helps us diversify or strengthen our local capacity.
And what are those actions? Are they asked to join a planting project on the island, or?
So it's not about them doing it. So from experience, like I don't know how Trip's experience is, but a lot of times when you have tourists do something, they're not very good at it. So my experience is that it's way better if they invest so that we can create those local jobs, that people that build experience, that do it consistently, that like take all the necessary precautions. Otherwise, it's just a tour.
Yeah, I think my question perhaps may be a little bit related to her second question. So you were saying that when companies surpass the amount of carbon that they're allowed to, they would have to pay, right? And he was saying that big corporations and industries should also be held responsible for their emissions and stuff like that. So would you guys think that there would be other ways in which big industries or corporations could be held responsible or be coerced into limiting their contribution to climate change?
I mean, I think that's the point of these regulations, right? But again, if I refer to the paper I mentioned earlier, you'll see that this was a big problem in Bonaire, where because the Netherlands did not include the islands in the agreement, they then did some development of industries that are no longer allowed in the EU, and they tried to do it in Bonaire. So a lot of industries will try to offshore their impacts, right? So if they're not allowed to do something in one country, they'll find a country where they are allowed to do it, and the impact is global. So I think because of that, also the actions need to be kind of more global, because otherwise you're just shifting it from one point to another.
So I'd like to talk about that. The oil companies have invested in green energy, and they've invested in carbon storage or capture. And just recently, Exxon said, "Oh, none of that worked. We're greenwashing." That's. I think that if your neighbor spilled some poison and it ruined your lawn, then you could sue them. The oil companies have put CO2 in the atmosphere and have raised the temperature of the earth, and someone needs to sue them, so they pay for it. How do we keep them honest from avoiding greenwashing and making up stories about how they're really so good about the environment, and when that's just a story to tell so they can continue to drill and take oil? I don't know.
You have your rights. Like in the Netherlands, Urgenda, which is just a group of NGOs, fought, and they took the Netherlands to court for not meeting their climate agreements, and they recognized that they weren't meeting it and that they owe the next generation of Dutch people a future. Again, this did not count for us, but it did count for. But it is an example, and it was later repeated by different people around the world. So you don't actually need to be super rich or anything. You just kind of need to push for it. But after that, the Netherlands still did not meet their agreements, and nothing happened. So like the law is imaginary, but climate change is real. Mm-hmm. Like we can change the law, but we can't change physics, right?
You mentioned you don't need to be rich, but you need to have a lot of motivation and kind of push through. Trip, you also mentioned that we're underfunded. You don't have enough. You would like to do way more. How do both of you navigate that tension between needing to make money to survive and live a good life, and your willingness to kind of put yourself out there to help revert climate change? And what are the things that you might have to give up, or mindset shifts that you had to endure to go full on this side of the economy instead of the for-profit corporate world that you could probably work in as well with your skill set? What made you move from Florida to here?
How personal do you want to go here? Okay. Yes, I had a job in D.C. I wore a suit and tie, but I wasn't super happy with that. I felt nagging discontent that I needed to find some cause, some reason to make mark, to do something important, to do something worthwhile. And when I saw these corals dying and to be able to grow and put them back and teach people about it, I get up in the morning excited. I mean, I have one less zero in my income, but I'm a lot happier doing this. So I guess it's all, it depends. I don't have kids to feed, so I can kind of, take a cut in salary to do something I love. But that's a hard decision everybody's got to make. You got to make money, or you can hopefully find a balance where you can make enough and do something that you find excites you or gets you motivated.
Thank you. How about you, Christy?
I work part-time at a university, so I have a level of stability. I think what is good is to have a sense, because money is kind of like you have a little bit, and then it's like, I could have a little bit more. You have a little bit more, and I could have a little bit more. But to kind of set for yourself, like, what would define a decent life for you? So like, I need to have that. But then on the other hand, see like what would be a life worthwhile for you. Like I've had jobs in a restaurant, and it's fine. But it's also like, you're kind of brain dead at the end of the day, and you're just kind of like on autopilot. And it's not very engaging or interesting, or like if I live like until I'm 70 and it's like I served a lot of food, I don't know if I would be very happy with, the time spent. But I think if you know that you're not suffering, but you're also developing a life that you think is worthwhile, then that always feels really nice. And then you can see things grow, because usually you work on something and it does grow. So right now we have like 15 people working with us, and they're not all full-time. A lot of students work part-time as a side job, but they get paid. They're not volunteers, right? And they develop skills, and they do things that they feel like is contributing to positive change on the island. And they could probably be making more like working as a waiter just because of tips. Like Americans tip so much. It really overvalues the work of waitering. But then, like they're there, and I think that's how you do it. Like you need to kind of balance it out. You don't have to give it up and like live in poverty, but also figure out where it is. And if you believe that the work you are doing is valuable, do charge for it. Because people will always tell you no one's going to pay you to do that. But maybe no one asks to do it, right? And if you think it's valuable, then you should get paid for it, right? Why do we pay people to do a bunch of work that we all believe are useless, but then when someone is doing something important, you have to do that as a passion project on the side? A lot of people will pay for it, right?
Yeah. I had two questions, actually. One question was relating to the other two questions about carbon offsetting. So, for example, if a company exceeds the carbon emission limit and it gets a fine, do you know that if that fine is invested back into, like, for example, restoration, conservation, or anything, or is it just going back to like bureaucrats, politics? Like, do you know that?
It differs per country.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that says enough. Yeah. Thanks. And I also had another question about, it's like a really big potential of the blue economy, and I think it's really nice and inspiring, and I think it's also really hopeful. But you also have a term in academics, it's called the blue acceleration, and it's actually the human expansion into the ocean, so that trajectory that's not really positive. How are you going to balance that it's not going to be like overtaken by humans, and that, for example, right now we have a problem with natural resources on land, that not the same is going to happen on sea as well? Like, do you also think about that, and do you have like, I don't know, platforms where you discuss those things with different sectors of those blue economy? Because I think that's really something, like to keep it like sustainable and long term, that's really something that is worth investing in.
I mean, already, I think the shipping industry is a really horrible industry, and like on the tourism side, cruise ship impact is so much more than flying. So I think there is already examples, like just something being done in the ocean is not enough for it to be positive. It depends still on what you do. There's a lot of offshore fisheries where they're just like having all the fish in kind of a net, and they're growing dense fisheries that like spread a lot of disease into the ocean. So I think you don't get blindsided just because something is in the ocean. It's we have done a really good job at polluting the ocean. So I think you're fully right, and that's just a question of being critical on each project on its own merits.
All right. That's it for the questions for now. We have one more presentation today, and this one is quite exciting. It's by Lisa Moricino from Proteus. Who knows what Proteus is? Only 5, 6 hands, so it's going to be a really insightful presentation. She's going to dive into the future and the potential of Proteus Underwater Research Center in Curaçao. First, I want to thank both you, Christy and Trip, for coming over and sharing your insights, and everybody for being so engaging and open to these questions. These type of conversations really start and will make a difference, so thank you so much.
So if you can just give us a few seconds to clear up the space, because we're going to be having, there's new food outside. There's a shrimp salad with sandwich outside. Yeah, so there's some food outside. We're going to just set up because right now we're going to have the presentation, and then we're going to have the signing of the Proteus MOU. Okay.
envelope and the pen. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Almost good afternoon. We're gonna give you a special announcement right now before we go over to the presentation of Proteus, Lisa. I'm gonna give you a special announcement what will happen this afternoon. The ones that have been living in Curaçao remember the suit, the robotic that was swimming from the east part all the way to the west part. So today, there will be an announcement that this film, which is normally 30 minutes, I will give you a teaser from it.
Curaçao Underwater Kunuku, where the ocean meets land. The beauty of what we were given can be seen through many eyes. The impressions of what those eyes see can be recorded through many lenses. The value of what we were given can be calculated through many models. But the future of what we were given is in our hands. Therefore, our country is best served when mankind in nature uses the nature in mankind to take care of the precious gift we were given, the ocean. The suit dug in and dove in. Therefore, for the love of the ocean and the protection of what we received as a gift, nation building must include ocean maintenance and ocean building. Dig in, Dive in and feel it for yourself. We are the suit, and this is the Curaçao Underwater Kunuku.
So the Curaçao Underwater Kunuku 31 minutes movie will be announced this afternoon at the press conference at the Curaçao Seaquarium. So the press is here, please join there too. That this film will go on the TUI flights. They're in-flight movies. Give a big hand of applause for that. And not only on the Curaçao destination, but on the multiple destinations. So on all the destinations, this film will be going for 1 year on the in-flight movie. So I think this is a big accomplishment from the organizer and from Curaçao to have this on the TUI flights, correct? Yes. And without further ado, I would like to pass the mic over to Lisa from Proteus Group.
Thank you very, very much. Well, wonderful. Thank you for having us. Before we get started, we obviously want to give a very big welcome to Prime Minister Pisas, to Minister Riasandro Sanche, Minister of Economic Development, the Council of Ministers, and all of the government for their support. Let's see, we're starting here. This is a super important milestone for both Curaçao and for Proteus. So imagine if we could live and work underwater. Imagine if we could break the bounds of gravity and time. What doors would that open? Imagine if the ocean was the backyard. Unbridled access, 10 to 12 hours per day, to all life as we know it and what we depend on. Imagine the problems that we could solve together, because in a short time, we will be doing exactly this. And here's my clicker. Do I have a clicker? Oh, okay, this is the clicker. Great, thank you. So let me share a little bit of our vision with you. Here we go. Oh, click again.
Discovery Roger, go for deploy. Let's use some contact with a test 1.
Before it was reality,
2, 3.
the moon landing was just a dream. A wide-eyed idea that hardly anyone thought could come true.
3, 2, 1.
Until it did.
That's one small step for man.
There was plenty of room for doubt along the way.
Where we are strong and where we are not.
But when a dream is audacious enough,
We choose to go to the moon.
nothing can vanquish it.
They hold the key to our future on Earth.
50 years later, we're embarking on the next great mission, led by aquanaut Fabien Cousteau. A mission so daunting, it has forced many explorers to stand down. Inspired by their attempts, these brave men and women are picking up the torch. Meet the aquanauts, who dream to live and work deep below the ocean's surface. This is our generation's moon landing. This is Proteus, the world's most advanced underwater station to accelerate the most pressing oceanic research. Together, we'll venture deeper into the place where life began, and the place that has the potential to save life as we know it. Because the research and knowledge that we will uncover down here will forever change the way generations of humans live up here. Let's make history while saving the future. Let's make history with Proteus.
Okay. Great. Well, that's a little bit about what we're doing, but I'm going to tell you a little bit more. So this is obviously led by visionary founder Fabien Cousteau. He is the first grandson of legendary ocean pioneer Jacques-Yves Cousteau. He's one of the few people, like his grandfather, in the world that has lived and worked at depth for 31 days, one more day than his grandfather did. And he spent thousands of hours underwater and probably more on the surface. People protect what they love what they understand, and they understand what they are taught. This was something that his grandfather said to him every day when he was growing up, when he started scuba diving at the age of 4. And this is something that he grew up hearing from his grandfather, and with Proteus, he honors this legacy every day. In 2014, he led one of the longest expeditions, as I mentioned, Mission 31, with 5 scientists, 2 of which were women, in one of the only existing habitats, Aquarius. There were some pretty phenomenal things that happened during that mission. There were 3 years' worth of equivalent research because they were able to dive 10 to 12 hours a day. I don't know if any of you are scuba divers, but as you know, just as things are starting to get interesting, you have to go back up to the top. Well, with saturation diving, you're able to stay at depth because your gases equalize. So you don't have to go up to the top to decompress. And in fact, you can even go further. So from where Proteus will be located, which is about 60 feet or 19 to 20 meters, you can go deeper. And then come back to your habitat and your home, have lunch, have dinner, do your work, and continue on your day. And then the next day, put your suit back on and go outside again. So the other interesting things is that the world watched. There were 34 billion impressions, so people were interested in what was going on in the ocean. He spoke to 100,000 students via Skype in the classroom. Today, I'm sure it would be Zoom in the classroom. And so they spent thousands of hours underwater. They really became part of the environment. So out of this mission was born the idea of Proteus, because when Fabian came up, they said, Mr. Cousteau, what would you like to do next? And he said, I want to do this again, but I want to do it more comfortably, in a bigger, better unit, so that we can stay longer, and we can go further, and we can go deeper. And that's exactly what he decided to do, and that's how Proteus was born. So this is Proteus. Now this is not exactly what Proteus will look like, because we're waiting to reveal the official design next year. But this gives you an idea of what a futuristic underwater station would look like. And the biggest objective with Proteus is really to accelerate and revolutionize science, because you can do it for so many hours, but also the global engagement and the communication, which is so important. You all here as press know how important storytelling is, and we'll get more into that in a minute. The other piece that's very important is, why did we choose Curaçao? You all probably know, because you all live here and know how special your island is, really. But you also have a global treasure here, which is really a healthy coral reef system. And even more important, you have one of 2 accreting, growing reefs here in the Caribbean. The other one is in Cuba. And we are really honored to be part of that, because it is so special that you are protecting that coral reef system, because it really is the life support system of the ocean. And so the idea that you are all protecting that coral reef system is really important to the work that we want to do on Proteus, but also as an example for potentially other island nations and really the world. So see, these are some of the features, and just to give you a little bit of an idea of what is going to happen on Proteus and what is the work that we are going to be doing there. So it is the largest habitat ever built. We will have a data center on board. There will be sleeping quarters for both the crew and also private aquanauts. As we say, just as you go into space, we'll have a place for private aquanauts to come and spend long periods of time and do science as well. There will be wet and dry labs for the scientists to use, and also importantly, a broadcast studio, a way to really tell the stories of the discoveries of the scientists, of the teachers, of the students that may come down. So really, storytelling is really an important part, and without that live streaming and storytelling, no one would really know all the beautiful discoveries that we're going to find in Curaçao. So this is a game changer for the planet. We know it'll be a game changer for the planet because we'll be doing research on climate refugia, supercorals, the impact of acoustics on the healthy reefs, and so much more. And it'll be a game changer for research and development in addition to that. So we'll shave months off of R&D development for industries, which is super important. And it allows for long-term human and machine observation, interaction, experimentation, and real-time reaction to things that are happening. So versus doing things from a vessel or other research tools, which are very important, the idea that we would be there 24/7 observing and seeing what's happening gives us that reaction time that was so critical to decision makers. We know that we will be leveraging 3 of the largest growing economies: digital economy, space economy, and of course, the ocean economy. We know that the ocean is the 7th largest country by GDP, and we think that's going to continue to grow and potentially grow even faster. And just as space has had this incredible attention, storytelling, but also investment, there have been $270 billion invested in the last 10 years, creating over 1,700 new companies. We feel that we are on that precipice with the ocean. There is new capital, new investment, new attention coming to the ocean, and we believe there will be many, many new companies. What's important about Curaçao being the first with Proteus is those technologies and companies this will be the hub of where those companies will be born. This is just to give you a few ideas of the opportunities, the segments and the fields that we are talking to every day. Astronauts, life science, marine scientists, ocean and space technology will be a very large sector. We think they'll be some of the first customers. We're looking at climate change adaptations and also global engagement and brand partnerships, as I mentioned. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get to the media section. But we're seeing a trend of big global partners wanting to do the right thing and to be more sustainable and more ecologically friendly. This was just to give you an idea of the kinds of work that are going to be going on Proteus. So the first one, the top one this is actually at Nemo at Aquarius. It was called a Nemo mission. This is where astronauts trained for 10 to longer days, 10 days plus, before they went to space. And we believe that is going to be a very large opportunity here as well. So imagine that every astronaut before they go to space would have to come to Curaçao to train. So that's something that we're going to enable. This is the equipment as well. You see a lot of testing on equipment. So we'll offer the world's best option for space, for training, but also for food and waste and oxygen. Very similar. Astronauts will have the same needs as aquanauts. So how do you feed people in space? What is the air supply? How do they take showers without using a lot of water? All of those same problems that they face in space, we will be able to solve for on Proteus. And we'll be able to test systems on planet Earth before they go to space, but also just for different potential cameras that will be used underwater, watches, other types of products that today don't really have a platform where they can be tested for long periods of time. We have lots of people that are interested in this, like the Navy, the U.S. Navy, and different government entities, but also private entities. One thing I didn't mention is this is really an opportunity to create public and private partnerships. And this is the first time that a platform like Proteus, a marine platform, will be open to both public and private entities. So we're excited about that. One collaboration that's just very recent, actually, just early May, we had an announcement and a press release with NOAA. For those of you who don't know what NOAA is, it's a large government agency. It's one of the 3 larger ones in the U.S. that does extremely important work with the ocean. And I don't normally read quotes, but I think this is important. This is the head of the Department of Ocean Exploration. He said, the agency now has a tremendous opportunity to work with a nimble partner in the Proteus Ocean Group. This public-private collaboration isn't just about having the ability to access new technology. It's also about being on the ground floor of an entirely new test bed and having a hand in expanding the boundaries of how the ocean community can conduct underwater research. I think this is really the heart of what we're all trying to do. So we're excited about this collaboration. This opens up a lot of doors to U.S. government, but also scientists and heads of scientists coming here as well. Before I leave the slide, I want to say we just announced this in May, and since then we've been in over 200 publications with just this announcement, and 56 or almost 60 million people have viewed this announcement in just a short 3 weeks. So that's really the power of the media, which is also important. This is why you're all here, right, to tell the stories, to bring this out to the world. So when we announced this in July, in the middle of a pandemic, was maybe a little bit crazy. With just that, we announced it, and year and a half, few months later, really, we're up to over 10 billion impressions without really dialing up the volume on PR or marketing. So this is just, I think, an example to show once we do really get going, the power to tell the world about Proteus and what we're doing here in Curaçao. So we believe we can capture the attention of the world just as space did. And maybe bring a little bit of that attention and ignite people's imaginations with the ocean by telling stories and showing what Fabian and his crew and aquanauts and astronauts will be doing underwater. So not only why is media so important, the idea of the global brands also want their stories told. So we have an opportunity to have these companies that are knocking on our door also be part of those stories that we're telling here in Curaçao. So just to recap a little bit, and then we'll let you guys ask some questions. We are innovating ocean technology. We're bringing thought leaders here, doing essential research and R&D, solving for some of the Earth's problems, and really looking at generating new jobs, creating new businesses, new innovations, new companies that don't exist at all. Helping to look at climate change mitigation and adaptation, and really engaging global audiences around the world. So let me go back to why does this all matter? Why is this so important? Because ocean health is human health. Half the oxygen we breathe, it comes from the ocean. The ocean absorbs over 25% of all human carbon emissions, and 90% of the heat that we generate from those emissions. So it matters to all of us. We all depend on the ocean, probably more than we all realize. And so it is important. That is really the most important reason we're doing Proteus. So there is no planet B. As Fabian loves to say, it's and space exploration is great, and I would love to go to Mars only if I have a two-way ticket. If I have a one-way ticket, I'm not going. So we really believe that ocean exploration, and we're looking at our own backyard, because what are they looking for on Mars? They're looking for water. We have it right here, and we should take care of it. So we're excited to partner with Curaçao on this groundbreaking project. We have to give everyone really a huge thanks. Who made this possible. So just to name a few, we have behind the scenes, Vanessa Tor. So thank you so much. I don't see her in the room. Oh, she's in there. Okay, great. Jeanette Bonnet, thank you so much. Garrick Stomp, who has taken many, many calls from us in all hours of the day and night, so thank you so much. And of course, certainly not last, I would really like to thank again Minister Pisa, Minister Sanjay Senche, Minister of Economic Development, and all the Council of Ministers who have really supported us in getting us to this point. And we're just beginning. So the project is just really getting underway, and we're super excited to bring this to the world. So I think with that, I'll stop and maybe bring up Lisa Truitt, who's my head of business development, to do a little Q&A. If you guys want to ask any questions, we're happy to take any questions.
When looking at the island, which local industries would be impacted with the entry of Prometheus, and also what other benefits will it bring relative to the, we just had a great presentation earlier today about the dying coral reefs, and also another one about capturing carbon emissions. So if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on that.
Sure. I can start, and I'll turn it over to Lisa as well. You're talking about local industries here, so certainly we are talking to some of the private entities on the island, thinking about potentially even how do we cool a data center underwater, right? That could be something that we're looking to collaborate with some of the private entities here on island, but also really looking at potentially looking at all of the talent that's here from an engineering standpoint, potentially retraining divers. We would need all those essential people on Proteus as well, and bringing talent to the island that potentially could also work with some of the people here, scientists and so forth. Education as well is such an important part of this. So any of the information that we're learning, really creating curriculum that would maybe be starting at the preschool level all the way up through high school, and potentially even working with the University of Curaçao to bring some of that content and information to the local students. So
yeah, I mean, we could go on and on, right? We're going to be bringing money to the island, and it's going to be a huge project. We're going to need a lot of people to work on it. Starting with environmental assessment, geophysical assessment, we're talking to local folks about that, and just on through the whole thing. But also, I think we can't emphasize enough how the people we're bringing here, space spurred, what happened in space spurred how many new companies? 1,700 new companies. So you bring, and that's because people went there and discovered things and found things, and it spawned new industries and new companies. The same will happen here. So bringing the greatest science brains in the world to Curaçao, I mean, you tell me, right?
Exactly.
All right, next question.
Yes, good morning. We've been hearing about this project on the island for a couple of years now, asking ourselves when it's finally going to happen.
Yes.
Just like we heard about a space program in Curaçao, which eventually never happened. And with regards to this project, the last thing I heard, which was the word on the street, is that Proteus decided not to choose for Curaçao anymore because the marine environmental protection legislation was not up to par. But today I'm here, I'm seeing pens and a desk, and it seems like it's going to become official. But could you tell me a little more about that, about the choice of your location? Mm-hmm. And do you actually think that with the coming of Proteus here on the island, the government is going to put more emphasis on marine environmental legislation, management, etc.?
Sure. Okay, that's a great question. Don't believe everything you read, I guess, in the papers, because that definitely is. Yeah, that is not anything that we have said. Obviously, Curaçao was our favorite jurisdiction. We've spent a lot of years here. COVID took a few years off the table because we were not able to get here. But we have actually explored a few different locations on island and are still looking at 2 or 3 different locations. And then the next step would be to do the geotechnical, the geophysical, and the environmental study to see which location is optimal. So that's the stage that we are at. We know that the government is, obviously the environmental health of the ocean is very important to them. I know that they've looked at legislation to help improve that. They have a marine underwater park. We would have a safety zone around. That's just from a health and safety perspective, right? So you have people underwater. You can't have boats and divers coming in close to the perimeter for security sake. So that is something maybe that creates a natural buffer around proteus. But obviously we all care about the ocean, and we would hope that in partnership with the government that we could look at many other ways to help, and we could bring that expertise to the government as well as we hear what the government needs from us. Any other questions?
Yeah,
sure.
So I was wondering what the length is of the project. So for how many years will the space station be down there? And also, are there any agreements set in place for when you guys, if you are going to leave, for it to be in a way that does not harm the underwater life?
Sure. That's a great question. We are planning on deploying stations still in the next kind of 2 to 3 years. 2025, 2026 is still in the target, and if everything goes well, that's still the plan. As far as the how long can this be, that's a very difficult question to answer. You look at Aquarius, who is off the Keys in Florida, has been in the water for 38 years. It's survived 2 or 3 hurricanes, and moving, I think they've moved it once or twice. Our plan is to have this and have it be an upgradable modular system so that if things are breaking, we can bring up different pieces or send people down to fix it. So it would say that the numbers would say 15 to 20 years. In reality, it could be down there for 50 plus years. And the idea would be that we could upgrade it and continue to upgrade, maybe create a second Proteus if this one is not working, or it needs to be bigger. So that's pretty much the plan would be the next however many years.
Thank you. I have one more question before I pass it back to Jeanette.
Sure.
As Collectivo, we're trying to introduce one of the first Caribbean carbon credits, both on ground and water-based carbon credit, ocean-based carbon credits. Sure. Would it be then an idea that Proteus is here to also help these types of companies with their research?
Yeah, so we are looking at that, of course. That's an integral part of the model. We are constantly running into companies that are doing that. This carbon credit area is very new, right? No one really has the right answer, but we feel that with Proteus being here 24/7, we'll be able to kind of look at what is the right answer. And there's so many companies that we're working with that it's not just even carbon sequestering from the ocean, even potentially like making like different diamonds out of the carbon from the ocean, making and understanding what does the coral reef really, how much carbon does it produce, how much does it sequester, and being able to measure that are all things that we're really interested in. I don't know.
Well, I would just add that that's an area that NOAA is also very interested in. So we'd love to talk to you more. Partnerships, we're going to need a lot of partnerships. So anyone who wants to partner with us, come talk.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I would like to welcome a special person who's online. Hi, Fabian. How are you?
Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person with you this time. I was there recently with our science team to get to enjoy the beauty and the fragility and the majesty of the undersea world over in Curaçao. But I'm hoping that Lisa and Lisa are doing us justice, and very excited about this MOU signing to reconfirm our commitment to Curaçao and the region. I've heard a few of your questions. Let me be very clear. To the question of how long would we be there, the answer is very simple: as long as you will have us as guests, as visitors. We would love to be there as long as possible. the modularity and upgradability of this particularly innovative platform, as opposed to some of the previous ones, makes it such that we can continually upgrade and modify and clean and be very flexible for future needs, which means that whether we talk about 10, 15, 20, 50 years, this question is more a question of need and desire rather than technological limitations. Now, on another question that I found very important by one of your interviewers is that the environment is a very fragile and very sensitive ecosystem underwater. And I want to make sure that we address this because one of the paramount important aspects to make this project successful is that we have a healthy coral reef ecosystem to work from. Proteus, by its very name, is the guardian of the sea and the keeper of knowledge, or the generator of knowledge. And so with that in mind, it is very important for us to be able to discover new things underwater and to share this with the local community as well as the rest of the world, so that we have a better understanding and more empathy of our human-ocean connection. As such, the ocean's health is very directly related to the local economy, to the local health of the people, and to the health at in the greater perspective of the world. As Lisa had mentioned earlier, every other breath that you take is generated because of the ocean. Everything that we depend on, that we cherish, everything that tourism depends on, is thanks to a healthy ecosystem, especially on an island nation. So a healthy ocean provides us with innumerous benefits well beyond the tangible dollars and cents of everyday life, but it does give us a support system that makes us viable as a species, as well as viable on an economic scale. So we need to understand that for us as a company to thrive, for us as a local community on Curaçao to thrive, you must have a healthy ecosystem. And the reason why we chose Curaçao specifically in the Caribbean is because you are at the forefront. You are the guardians, the sentinels, if you will, of one of the last remaining accruing coral reefs in the entire Caribbean. Of course, this attracts people like ourselves to help promote this and help to be able to highlight the mysteries and fragilities and benefits of having a healthy coral reef ecosystem. But it is paramount to understand that in order for society to function, especially with the needs and desires of the local people, we must have a healthy coral reef ecosystem to function. So we're really excited because, like I said, Curaçao is in a very unique spot in the Caribbean, and it's getting to be rarefied around the world. I can say this with some understanding of this because of the last 3 generations of ocean exploration. And we aim to be able to empower and passion people and to work with people, local and internationally, to make sure that this place stays that way for the generations to come on island, who will depend on a healthy environment and a healthy coral reef ecosystem for their livelihoods for generations to come. So with that, I thank you all very much for having us on your beautiful, unique little oasis. We look forward to working with you, working with the government, working with the public, working with the children, and working with local communities and businesses to make sure that we invest in the health of this beautiful little island in the Caribbean, and that we continue to make it thrive for generations.
Thank you, Fabian, for your words, and I'm sure you're staying along for the special moment. We're gonna now go over to signing the MOU, so we would like to invite forward Mr. Lisandro Sainche to please join us. And Lisa? So, Mr. Sancho, would you like to say some words before or after the signing? Okay.
Hello. I think I have to say something before, because it's always to say how blessed we are on Curaçao, and sometimes we even know what we have on the island. And I think this is a huge opportunity for the Proteus group with Fabio Castal. Welcome, Fabio. And I think we have to take this opportunity for the development and also for the growth of the economy. Of course, we have our law, our legislation, and everything in place, and we have also to take care that everything go according to the law. So I have no doubt that Proteus Group will preserve of that, because they are the guardian of the ocean. So we are very happy to sign today the MOU with the Proteus Group, and we see forward for a lot more happening on Curaçao. Okay? Thank you.
Wow. One more page. And the MOU is signed. A big hand of applause. Are there any questions? Will the minister or Lisa wants to say something before we go to the press?
I am we're super thrilled. This is a great milestone in the history of both Proteus Ocean Group, and I hope Curaçao as well. So let's make history together with Proteus, right?
Of course.
And Fabian?
This is a very important occasion that I feel we are blessed with being able to work with the people of Curaçao, the government of Curaçao, for the future of the people of Curaçao as well as the rest of the world. I'm just loving the next fin step in ocean exploration for the betterment of humanity, and of course for the betterment of the symbiotic relationship between people and their ecosystem.
Thank you. Okay, then we go over to the Q&A. Any questions from the press or the audience towards our minister or Lisa?
Yeah, I would like to ask Fabian, how you going to include the locals in this kind of project? What are the benefits for the locals, guys, students, divers, Karmabi, all those types of projects? Thank you.
That's an excellent question, and in all accounts, we'll try to be as inclusive as possible. As Lisa had mentioned earlier, the support systems, first of all, on a very pragmatic level, will depend heavily on local businesses, whether they be food systems, whether they be surface support vessel systems. As far as you mentioned, university students and high school students, being able to work through the Ocean Learning Center, which is my nonprofit, which actually happens to be a major stakeholder in Proteus Ocean Group, will be able to give virtual experiences as well as looking to bring some of the students on who do have scuba diving licenses to visit. Or, for example, we'll be able to do field trips. And not us only. I want to be very clear about this. The nonprofits that are on island are already doing some fantastic work with Curaçao. So we'd love to work with them in synergistic opportunities to leverage each other's strengths to be able to reach virtually every single person on island and even the tourists if we'd like to do that. But I'll give that to you. To be able to give an immersive experience and a better appreciation for not just Curaçao on the surface, which is wonderful, but the vast majority of Curaçao, if you look, is actually below the surface. So being able to give a better appreciation and understanding for what's down below. So on an economic scale, obviously, there'll be primary jobs generated, but also secondary and tertiary opportunities for economic benefit. Not to mention, of course, all the marketing numbers and everything else that everyone's talked about, which will hopefully help with bringing Curaçao to the #1 spot in the entire Caribbean. At least that's our hope. I know that Sandals has done a fantastic job there, and hopefully we can participate in that. But beyond this, we want to also be able to make sure that the next generation on island and off island of our species, of people, will become better stewards of our planet than we've ever been. And we look forward to also learning from the local people who do know this as their backyard. This is their country, their backyard. So anything that we can learn from the local fishermen and the local people are obviously of benefit to us as well. And we'd love for that to be highlighted as examples of people around the world, whether it's the UN or Europe or whatever, of the amazing work that's being done on Curaçao and into the future. Now, there are, as Lisa mentioned, secondary and benefits and jobs generated from new businesses, from endeavors such as this, new technologies that may be developed on island, new knowledge that may be leveraged because of an underwater marine laboratory. And in partnership with the local infrastructure and the people working in those infrastructures, we look forward to being as much a benefit to the island as we can physically be.
I would like to add on that I think this project will establish a huge opportunity for Curaçao to be a leader in the innovation of the ocean. So we have to stand still a moment and to realize what that does mean for our little small island in the world. So it's bring a lot of opportunity for Curaçao in terms of marketing. As Fabian say, we are doing a great job right now, but this is gonna help, of course. So if astronauts have to come down here to train, to practice, before they go to the space. I think that will be a very big opportunity. And sometimes we are not realizing the opportunity we are losing because we think of that's a reason why it should not happen. We have to start thinking one reason why it have to happen on Curaçao. I want to say that to conclude that we have to start thinking positive.
I love that.
Yes, I got one more question for the minister. Yes, I've got questions for you always. How are you going to deal with the database, seeing the SDGs, climate change are coming? How are you going to interact with these projects, and how are you going to manage this?
I think we have a great CIMIA. I don't know if we heard about them. On Curaçao, we have a group of IT software production on the island. They are doing a great job. And when the Proteus group combined with our local institutes about technology, I think we can do a lot with BlueNap to bring data together. And those data are going to help for the researcher to do their job, but it's going to help us also in Curaçao for everything for the future, for the next generation. So I think we have a huge opportunity in that area also because it's the opportunity for our local company that is in the IT sector to develop a software to work together with Proteus Group to make things happen. And we have BlueNap, we have our 40 data center right here in Curaçao that we can use and bring opportunity for the whole world.
May I add something to that? That's
yes.
a really great point. We have spent many man-hours even before this signing with the local community, NGOs, and so forth, and with some of the private entities. And we've actually, you mentioned Carmabi. Every time we come on island, we meet with them. So they're very well aware of the project. They're supporting the project as well. But one of the things that we did, we helped map the underwater park, the 20 kilometers with, it was a private partnership, R2 Sonic and a few others, last September. And then we took that information, the benthic 3D mapping, and gave it to the government and also to Carmabi. Because the data you mentioned is so important. Without data, you can't fix what you can't measure. And so the front line is about collecting data and understanding what's happening right now in our oceans. We've also last November, put some sensors in the water to start collecting temperature and understanding. And one of the interesting parts is that the variability from the shallow reef to the deeper reef, the high variability in the water temperature, we believe is an indication of why your reef is so healthy. So this is just what they call ground proofing data. Just taking the data and having the scientists look at it. Imagine what we can do when we have more sensors in the water. We're collecting more data. What we will learn about Curaçao will potentially be a spot, the ocean tech spot in the world for data collection and for making better decisions about the ocean.
Yeah, and I'd like to add one last thing to that. And I apologize if you touched on it during the presentation. I came in late. Proteus will have what I call the 7 senses array, which is basically the same as a spinal cord in a human body, which will have within it a number of data collection sensors that will give real-time or near real-time understanding of the health of the local water column and coral reef ecosystem. Now, this is raw data. And that raw data needs to be processed. So there's a real opportunity on island to generate that kind of software company or several and partnerships with BlueNap and so on and so forth to be able to really generate the kind of knowledge and the kind of usable data that will be better to predict weather patterns, not days or weeks ahead, but months, possibly longer, which if you look at the way the ocean currents happen may be of benefit not only to Curaçao, but the neighboring islands as well as the mainland up north, so that we can envision saving lives, potentially, by better decision making, as well as potentially infrastructure in the tune of hundreds of millions of euros or dollars. The possibilities are endless, but without knowledge, without understanding what's below the blue veneer, what's below the ocean surface, there is a very little chance that we can make better decisions. So it's extraordinarily important to understand that science may or may not be sexy, data collection may or may not be sexy, but it is of paramount importance to our knowledge. And the proverbial knowledge is power is one thing, but it also gives an opportunity to generate economic benefit while living with the planet rather than on it.
So yeah, Fabian, a real quick question. So is climate change a challenge extra for you, for the group?
Climate change is at the forefront of every conversation we have. Climate change, microplastics, and of course the overconsumption of natural resources. Those are three very basic fundamental topics that will be at the core of pretty much every discussion we will have and we have had since the inception of Proteus. Of course, there'll be a lot of pragmatic uses for an underwater marine station, such as astronaut training and analogs for space colonization. But the reality is that while this is happening, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. While this is happening, the data collection will be happening 24/7, whether there's a mission on Proteus or not. And that data is and should be, that raw data should be readily shared with those entities that can stand to use it.
I would also just reiterate that NOAA, our collaboration with NOAA, is very important. One of their top priorities is exactly climate change. And so in collaboration with NOAA, I think we can bring a lot of that expertise here and understanding. They're very interested in the weather patterns and other pieces. So I think that we feel blessed to be working with an organization like that that brings all the years of experience to the project.
Yeah, NOAA has a lot of assets, but one of the things that they're really interested in a platform like Proteus for is this is a platform they do not own or have access to. And so this gives a third dimension to all the systems that they have in place that give us our daily weather patterns on these things and so on and so forth. So very excited about all the opportunities with our partnerships and our friends in places like Karamabi and others, so that we can hopefully contribute to the betterment of the questions that you're asking.
Minister?
Yes. As always, I would like to make use of this opportunity to say a few words in Papiamento, because I think it's very important to address also the community of Curaçao in Papiamento. Thank you for that. Me te querer aveta dia hope importante, hope grande para nosso país, para uma hope bia nosso do para que tu título que nós tem, nós talento na Curaçao, nós mira la mang, pero hope bia informação que tem rondo de nós awa nan bom, de nós awa nan orbolanta mira custo dia, portabo nota para que tu que importância que valores aqui tem. Que o grupo aqui só subvenida anto haciendo research, haciendo informação que nós não tem, e da dona nós acaba vantagem grande que está passando de nós awanan e que nós pode contar ribater para futuro, para nossa futura geração. Banda de esse me quer com o número de protestos e tudo o que está internacionalmente estabelecendo o mês da Curaçao, ajuda também a inteira promoção que está viva rundo do país. Então, esta coisa hope grande e esta maneira nós temos que maneira uma cadena para somar influenciar em outro setor e esta cria oportunidade novo, inovativo, caminho da direção de humanidade também, caminho do mundo também. Então, me cabeça que nós estamos mirando com mais e mais projeto verde, não, para começar que ajuda também com climate change, nós acabamos de launch de hydrogen, waterstuff e floating wind park. Essa aqui está outro projeto que está piloto do mundo. Mesmo que floating wind yung caminho no mundo não também tem molina não que também produzir 5 giga de megawatt. De molina e também tá pilot essa aqui também tá promete caminho no mundo que também tem certo onderzoek living habitat para 30 dias boi água caminho da astronauta para o trem. Pois me te querer te costa hobby grande, me saco tempo passado tá tem hobby primeiro de hobby projeto na assim eloquente que nunca não mira luz de dia, pero me te querer nós temos puxa turco tem para nós essa que não vira realidade para soma timbia nota hasta costan que nós está desejar como político, pero a natureza mesmo pede paciência, investigar muito mais para assim garantizar a humanidade. Pois, com essa aqui, me quero indicar na comunidade que nós afirmamos MOU, pero não para queda na firma só, pero também que nós estamos sentindo o trás também pensar que também vira realidade. Tudo o que me está fazendo, me quer marina tempo para concretamente nós por medir igual com o qual não nós está fazendo e firma está guardo convertir back em ação em concreto. Danke.
No papiamento, depois vai em inglês. Com essa aqui nós concluí no momento histórico aqui, caminho com nossa firma MOU entre governo, meio e grupo Proteus. E nós que chama danki, nós não por laga de chama danki na turco se possível para esse man aqui nós temos programa extenso de mais de 42 sessões. We would like to thank everybody that contributed to make this week successful, all the presenters, the moderator, the media, that wherever we call them, they were present, and also, obviously, our sponsors. We have to mention them, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Cinex, Curaçao Ports Authority, Curaçao Tourist Board, Curoil, BlueNap, CIMIA, Bureau Telecommunicatie en Post, Infotrans, EY, Ernst & Young, Centrale Bank, Curinde, Curaçao Airport Holding, CIFA, CXP, Flow, CPOS, Corpodeco, Soxia, Profound, Helpers, and Credits. Turasakinan, all these help us to make this possible, and a warm thank you to the entire crew that worked behind this, Kolab crew, Mayo crew, and the Cinex crew, because you also were working full hours all these days, even on the holidays. Thank you, and a big hand of applause for you. Thank you, Fabian. Did you got a pen like this ever? No.
Now we get pens.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sneak up on you. I thought this is my moment with the papiamento.
Okay, yeah, wonderful. I read your note. We'll email you. I'll email you. That would be great. That's great to have, because that is...
You will, probably, at some point.
Yeah, it's starting to think about, we don't have to make decisions. Yeah.
And our principal is in Florida.